Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine. This is this Earth's beginning of the end of the religions. All the superstitious thinking to be replaced by truths of the universe. Do I have those truths? Well, I'm not an ascended being, so I don't yet have those truths. We all will. And time to become masters at, well, just whatever tickles our fancy, I suppose. One of the things I want to learn about is like stone carving, creating statues and such. Some of that is so beautiful. And nothing as beautiful as the human. That includes you. Nothing on this planet is beautiful as you. Peace and respect, DJ Spin. Feel free to hop on. I'm fairly casual as long as a person's being honest. And by honest, I mean being an honest interlocutor, telling what they believe is true. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to treat you with the respect that I would treat an angel, because I believe that's what you become. Unless that angel becomes a jerk, then I'm going to treat you like a jerk. Yeah, feel free to share it out. That's great, man. Thanks a lot. And I use the word man loosely. Peace and respect, this one guy. Yeah, come on in 10 minutes or just whenever you get the chance, brother. Of course. So here's my general thing for anyone first time viewing this channel, or anyone who's just unfamiliar, or maybe even I'll say something I never said before. Who can tell? We'll see what happens here. I believe that things should make sense within themselves. They should make sense within all of physics. They should make sense within at least classical logic, if not more. They should seem intuitively correct. Like when you hear something that's true, you just know it. We have this sense about ourselves, or at least this is how I experience life, where when someone tells us something that's just evidently true, we go, wow, that is true, isn't it? That's amazing, even if we've never heard it before. And also that it should make sense in your moral alignment. And through those 5 methods, I think that's as close as we can get to showing something is true. But it really needs to meet all those 5 criteria. And if it doesn't, well, maybe it should be reconsidered. That's what I think is so. And that's what I try to do. And of course, within that, I have to take into consideration that I'm a human being, and that I have my own intrinsic biases, my own preferences, things I'd rather believe, things I'd rather not believe, and really try to seriously consider things. And that part's kind of rough. But I think most intelligent people, and I think most people are fairly intelligent, I think most intelligent people can do those things. And I think we naturally do those things. We kind of naturally perform scientific method all the time in our everyday life. And through that, we try to create a map of what the reality is. And we try to always improve our own map. And that's what growing and learning is all about. Until someone comes in, I'm going to do this. So this is research that I'm doing based on the following ideas. What makes something true is not that people believe in it. That's not what makes something true. There's plenty of examples. I'm not even going to cite one and insult you. There's plenty of examples of huge percentages of populations believing things that weren't true. So it's not a populace believing something that makes something true. But this research is all about taking these religious stories, this one being, the Torah, well, actually all of Tanakh and the New Testament, and looking at the actual words and not assuming peace and respect flow state. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, all right, you.
I'm better than I deserve. Fill your stuff for people who don't know you. Talk about it.
Flow State, got a channel. I stream a lot, almost every day since I did fucking 14 hours last night.
Wow.
Amazing. I got a second wind, but obviously.
Are you punch drunk? Is your brain all there?
It's a little mushy. Okay. It's a little soft.
All right.
But
feel free to interrupt at any time.
Well, while you're waiting for whoever. What's that?
Feel free to interrupt at any time.
Okay. Well, I was going to see a few days ago, you came up and asked me to critique you. And so I was going to have you do it back.
You want me to do it back? Okay.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, okay. Well, first, I don't have your talent for assessment of people's personal values and such. I just ask them, and then I try to see later if they're full of crap by asking more clarifying questions, seeing if they're consistent. So it's like a logical process for me. Mm-hmm. As far as like what I'd say of you as a human or as a host or both.
However you want it. In the I guess spirit of continual self-improvement, I like getting, it's a useful process.
I believe it is.
People can't. No. I recognize that everyone, including myself, is bad at seeing themselves accurately. So,
yeah, that's a tall order. It really is to look at yourself without your own biases. I think maybe the human brain can't even do that.
I don't think it's possible.
Yeah. Peace and respect, Peter W. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you, man. Feel free to come in, Peter. I think I have never seen you on panel. Okay. Critique flow state. Well, I think a critique should be as objective as possible, even though I do have my own biases within anything that I say, of course. But I should be attempting to be.
Don't shy away from. I was going to say, I don't know that. If don't work too hard to shy away from your biases. Yeah.
Okay.
They're all right there.
I'm gonna try to avoid them. Okay.
Okay.
As far as your show is concerned, which is called Flow State, the same as his handle here. That shows my age. I call it a handle. It's a really decent show with a wide variety, a myriad of different personality and belief systems. And he's very tolerant of people expressing those beliefs, provided that the participants on panel don't get just absolutely snotty about it. But he also does not put up with obvious prejudices. People who just come in with an agenda that they want to, I don't know, for whatever reason, express how they feel about things, and in some unreasonable way. I think that is, so long as you said flow, be careful when you walk down off the porch that your mother doesn't walk out from under and bite you. Calling him literally a son of a bitch, he'd be okay as long as you said it in a nice way. That's what I think.
I don't think people try to co-opt my stream. or hijack it. Smith is real
Hijack.
bad about it if you met him. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, there's a big difference. People see natural leadership, and they kind of want to emulate that or imitate it in some way, but they don't really know how. So instead of like being interesting and saying things that you think are important enough that people want to hear it and make space for you, they just try to steal space, you know?
Right.
And that does not actually work. That does not make you look like some kind of alpha. It just makes you look desperate. Okay. As for you personally, what do I see you doing that I think you could be better at? Well, one thing I don't like about what you do, but a lot of people do like it, is that there's a lot of emotional assessment and a lot of emotional statements, i.e., dramatic things. And people love drama. I'm just not one of those people. Peace and respect. Is Michael from Canada, the Canadian atheist? That's right. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Also, Von Eric, good to see you. You guys are welcome to come in if you like. But but you're more interested in human psychology than I am. I'm more interested in the kind of things we can show, you know, and maybe that's just saying, hey, you're not me.
Right. Well, I mean,
Okay.
it definitely that is the case. I also, though, there's more drama than I would probably prefer at net, neutrally or at equilibrium, but drama pays the bills.
You know, it probably does, actually. Yeah. In fact, I know it does. Yeah. Yeah. So I would have less drama, you know, but that's me, and I'm not you. But something that I really think you do poorly. I'm having trouble. Like, see, you and I do not agree on everything. However, I've never heard you just say something stupid. You know, usually if you say something, I can at least see why you would say it, even if I don't agree. And I think you could justify your position on every one of the claims I've ever heard you make. So, peace and respect, Maynard saves. Love you too, bro. Come on in if you want. Yeah, so I'm not giving you a very good critique here. I'm afraid I'm failing to say something that would really be significant.
Well, that just confirms that I'm perfect, because that's how I look at myself.
Well, I'm sorry. You're just gonna have to try to accept that.
I bet Cynthia could do it.
Yeah, you know, but maybe Cynthia would be critiquing more about, like,
Cynthia's brain works differently than
oh yeah,
yours
well, sure.
and mine. Yeah.
That's for certain. That's for certain. Okay, so Wildheart, you are famous. And because you're famous, I'm going to ask you to do something backstage so I know that this is the actual you and not somebody trying to just troll me. Okay? No, waving won't do it. No, what have I always asked you to do? Nope. You hold up the too many fingers. You want too many. That's the one. That's the guy I know. There you go.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. I don't know. I don't think you too often jump to conclusions. I think you can justify most or all of the positions that you take. The only thing I think I could say is, and this is really a personal preference thing, is I wish there were more citations from you, Flow State. Because I think that would actually help to make your case when you say something like if you quote, say for instance, modern psychology, but you don't quote who had the theory or who popularized that theory, something like that. Speak of well, I can't say Satan's little princess because that's somebody else on your show. Peace and respect, Cynthia. Cynthia, come in and tell Critique how messed up. Tell Critique Flow State. Tell him how messed up he is. I do speak English and I know how. Peace and respect, Mr. Miyagi.
So what's the topic? What we're talking about?
Everything.
Okay.
We're talking about everything that's worth talking about, and maybe by the end of this show, we'll have found out what is the question to the answer 42.
Oh no, the question to the answer 42 is what is the meaning of life?
Well, I know the general question, but
okay.
perhaps I should have said why 42 is the answer. I should have said it that way.
Yeah, I don't know why 42 is the answer, because 42 makes no sense as to why that's the meaning of life. Yeah.
I think there is an actual meaning to life, and I think that question is not answered with the number 42. I don't think that's accurate. But I think there is a real meaning of life, that our genetics dictate that we're primally we're primally family oriented. We're tribalistic. And because of that, we want there to be more of us, and we want the more of us to be more happy.
Yeah.
I can get on board with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So due to our own selfishness, like saying, I wouldn't kill someone because I don't want to be killed, that kind of empathy, which actually makes good sense on an animal behavior level, even if it doesn't make good sense logically. That because I see you as the same animal as I am, I want you to be happy. Somebody asked me today, a friend of mine, Harple Blues, whom I have, face-to-face conversations with, not over the internet, because he lives locally to me. I live locally to him, however you want to say that. He said to me, "Why do you preach?" And I thought that was a really good question, because all of this, as I put in the title of this video, it's all theory. Like, we can't show these things, right?
But aren't you a universalist?
Do I believe some of the things the universalists do? Yes.
Yeah. So why would you preach if everyone gets
midnight?
I mean,
by the way, I tried to join before.
I think he's about to get there.
You ignored me, but hello. Sorry to interrupt you.
No. I may have gotten confused about noises that came over the internet, but I did not ignore you.
No, sorry, not you. I meant to specify. Wildheart. He was live. I think maybe he's still live on his channel. I tried to join, but he was like,
oh yeah, I was doing music. Yeah.
Yeah, always be. Are you gonna behave yourself?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Like I know this is your show, Richard, but I just came on to hang out with you and also to, make sure this little cutie pie, I guess, I don't know.
That's what I was thinking too. That's exactly the word I was thinking.
Yeah, there's a reason I want to make sure that this guy behaves, but never mind. We're getting off track.
We'll let you know if his hair needs to be held back.
Yeah, but You're a universalist, Richard.
Not exactly.
Okay. So,
Man, you gotta. What was the conclusion though? Why do you do shit?
Yeah, I was just waiting for Wild Heart. I hadn't forgotten, but thank you. It's the same reasoning as, talking about future science, things we haven't discovered yet and what may be true. Because if something is true and we find that out later, it really helps people to deal with the new truth, to have some kind of briefing ahead of time.
that's a good reason. Yeah.
So you're like predictive programming this.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I just like, I tell the story. Peace and respect, Tog. Welcome.
Tog,
do you have
what are you
anything
doing
to say
here?
real quick?
Sorry, go ahead. I was making a joke.
I have no idea. I'm kind of coming in blind. I had stepped away for a second, stopped listening.
That's
so
fine. That's fine. You'll catch up.
I talk.
So I use this as like a comparative story. When I was somewhere, I can't remember exactly how old, between the ages of 9 and 11, Mom sat down and talked to me, having assessed who I am and what my preferences were and stuff like that, and already knowing. She said, someday you're going to want to kiss a girl. Now, I thought she was crazy.
Yeah.
I thought, Mom, okay, I know you're weird and you're old and you're female. I get that. But I'm never going to want to kiss a girl. That's not going to happen. Holding hands and talking to him is awesome, but I'm never going to want to do that. Something like that. That sounds weird. Turns out Mom was right. Now the reason the mom sat down and told me about the birds and the bees is because she didn't want me just learning from my friends in the moment, when my friends in the moment were wrong. So she, as an adult and being responsible, sat me down and talked to me about future. And I believe that's what I'm doing for you now. Not that I think I'm your dad or your mom, but it's just that this information is really, really obvious to me. And yes, by information, I'm claiming that it's true. That this information is really obvious to me. And if it is true, then that will be important in your having an easier time in the future. So I think I'm doing you a favor by making your future easier.
Oh, you are brilliant, Richard. Thank you.
Don't call me names.
No, I said brilliant.
And I'm going to make your future easier to drink a glass of water.
You're going to have to say that again because your connection was not so grand.
Oh, I drink a glass of water. That's for Wild Heart.
Oh, no, that's brilliant. Oh, no, I understand what you do. Because, sorry about that.
See, I would love to be in a position where I'm available to Nerdy. And if they land, I'll be able to say things like, this is not the aliens described in every ancient religion, or yes, this is the aliens described in every ancient religion. I could say something like that. There's really good reason why the text reads, be prepared to give a reason. That means that word right there means rationale, like a logical reason why you have hope in what everyone else sees as a hopeless situation. There's a reason that phrase is there, that verse is there, because in end times, the Christ, his whole job will be making people okay, explaining what's going on to them. And I would consider that a privilege to do at any level.
I just figured out who Richard is.
No, you haven't. The beatings will continue until moral improves. Peace and respect and welcome. Heck of a long name.
I'm just going to call you. Yet?
I'm just going to call you Continue for now.
The beatings will continue until moral improves. Okay, who are you beating?
Morale.
Hold on. The beatings will continue until morale improves.
It's probably Jill.
It's a reference to it's a reference to dicks. Don't make it awkward by midnight.
I'm the king of awkwardness. You should know this by now.
Midnight, be a little bit more subtle about the hand job reference. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
If you're Jill, I did unblock you because every once in a while I go back and I look at who I've blocked and I give them another chance, no matter how many chances they need. And if you're not, I apologize for referring to you as Jill. If you're not Jill, peace, respect, punk apostate.
Yeah, if it's not Jill, you should apologize for.
Oh, I did. Yeah,
because that's a bad thing.
Oh, you know who Jill is? Who wrote, "Not Jill. I wear pants." Welcome, also Law of Faith. Okay. So in the overall effort of introducing to people the ideas that the reading frame I've adopted present from the text, here we have Genesis 2. Yes, I'm singularly doing this work. It is extremely painstaking and very, very time absorbing. And I've gotten so far to, I think, like Genesis 20 or something like that. I can't really remember. But here we have Genesis 2. In the Bible, in the Christian tradition, this is called the creation of man and woman. Okay, but that's a group's idea of what the overall context of this chapter is. Yes, go ahead, sir.
I have a question. What is your explanation between the difference between Genesis 1 and 2? You know,
In
the
so
most
much as
different. You know, the most different.
Every book is different, or it'd be precisely the same. What's your point?
Like Genesis 1 explains like the creation of everything, and Genesis 2 explains the creation of everything.
But they're different.
But they're both different. Yeah.
Well, they're not both different. One of them you have to consider a standard and say the other one is different. You can't say both are different. And then I have to ask, both are different from what? In which case you'd repeat yourself. I'm just talking about grammar, Mr. Englishman.
Well done.
Ouch.
And why we don't use it the way you just did.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, well,
all right. But pedantic points aside, yes, you're right. It tells the creation narrative in 1 and in 2, and they do not line up according to Christians.
Yeah.
Welcome, William Freeman. Strength and honor to you, sir.
Hello, Will.
Okay, so what? How well do you know the Wild Heart? Do you know the differences? Could you point them out to? We could just talk about it instead of having to look up a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, like in Genesis 1, it explains the nature of creation, which doesn't make sense because it doesn't line up with science, so it's completely wrong. But in Genesis 2, it's completely different. So
the answer is no. You do not remember the differences.
No.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you're not a Christian. You have no reason to study this stuff other than casually. Yeah. So I'm not holding it against you that you can't quote exactly what you're talking. You're still right.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want me to go over Genesis 1 with you? And then we'll do a comparative in Genesis 2 creation?
Yeah, it'd be good. Yeah.
Okay. We can do that. Let's back it up. All right. So here we are in Genesis 1. Now, with the reading frame I've adopted, what this says is there was an abandoned rock floating around the sun. They added atmosphere. This is what the Elohim, the plural positive angels. In this case, it's positive because it allows us to live. And so tribalistically, it's positive. Then they added water, and then ancient plants and ancient animals, modern plants and modern animals. And all of that is good stuff, according to them.
Yeah.
Okay. And stuff populates itself. Well, that's a pretty obvious statement, right? That's fine. No arguments there. And then it talks about angels reproducing, making mankind, and mankind being lower than the angels. So we are apparently a genetic derivative of what they are, but limited. And by the way, it's a really good thing that we're limited, because you wouldn't want no one dying of old age on a limited planet, a limited space planet.
Speak for yourself, Richard.
To create, well, with limited ability to create like crops and food and stuff. Eventually, we'd end up just like eating each other, and that's not awesome.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, that would be bad. So it's a good thing we die of old age.
Wow, that is
that's another speak for yourself.
That is
I don't
a
know.
very nightmarish
like
scenario. I'm just saying. It's like, wow.
I mean, as long as we're on this limited planet, with limited resources. I'm not an antinatalist.
I mean, I'm surprised we haven't started eating each other already, considering the limited resources.
On occasions we have, sir. On
occasions we have, but we frown upon that, and it's only like 1% of 1% of 1%. It's minuscule.
Technically, all you have to do is join the right religion.
Well, that's true. Yeah, no, you're right. Okay, 127. So angels birth mankind in their own like image. In the like image of angels birth they them. And angels blessed mankind. Angels said unto them, be fruitful, multiply, fulfill the purpose of this wilderness, meaning the planet is a wilderness. Compared to heaven, I'm sure it is. And subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl. In other words, smarter than the rest of the stuff there, which we are smarter than the rest of the stuff. Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the earth, and every tree in which the fruit of the tree yielding seed. To you it will be for meat, and every beast of the earth. This is a dietary. It's saying you can eat everything, and every living thing that creeps upon this earth wearing life, and every green herb for meat. There you go. There's the stuff we eat. In other words, everything. Go ahead, sir.
Oh yeah, no, that's okay. So we can eat everything. That's fine.
Yeah, that's From what I can understand, without the Christian context, it just says you can eat all this stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which is why it's so brief. It doesn't go into great detail. It's just a general statement saying, don't worry so much about the stuff you eat. And they saw that was good, beheld it very good, and the evening and the morning were the sixth chronicled. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them. Heavens lowercase here, meaning sky. So the sky and the planet were finished, and all the host of them, meaning the things that live here. Of course, we evolved from that point forward. Things change over time. Fine. So what did you have a problem with? In first, there was a barren planet. Science says that's true. Then there was atmosphere. Science says that was the next thing. Then water starts to form, and water can remain on the planet because the water is protected from space and space extracting water off the planet that did get here by meteorite. So, a problem with that, you have a problem with ancient animals and new ones, ancient plants and new ones, and that we are one of the last arrivals. Problem with any of that.
The main problem is the plants before the sun.
Nope, not doing it again, because you and I already did that.
Okay.
You remember doing that?
Yeah, no.
How about if I say, what if I say the Hebrew word mayor? Do you remember that word? Remember me saying that?
No.
Do you remember me saying or and mayor?
No.
And the difference between a light and light source? Do you remember that conversation at all?
Fuck.
No.
See, because it got translated to light, and we think that means the sun, right? But what it actually reads is atmosphere, the thing that's lit up. That's what it actually reads.
Right.
So what we
Yeah.
got there is we have a Christian bias translation problem and nothing else. That's all we got there.
Yeah.
Ready to go to 2?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to 2. Let's see. Where is that? Because I know you're right that there's this like summation of the creation, which, by the way, bara means to change something existent. Abarakara. Sorry, I said that. Oh, crap. Now my brain's all messed up because I said it wrong. Abracadabra. Abara karabara means to create from nothing. So the Bible does not read abracadabra. It reads bara, which means to create out of something existent. So it never claimed ex nihilo creation at all in the Bible for the earth. It does not claim that.
Ex nihilo. So how did everything get created then?
The angels seek out solar systems where they find a planet that they can improve and allow their kind to live on. That being us, we are their kind.
I get you. Yeah.
Then they change it into a workable Earth. Then they put their kids on it eventually.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what I see being claimed. Okay.
Yeah.
Breathing his nostril, breath of life, birth pangs, Jehovah angels planted a garden eastward. That's probably the part you're talking about. It's like 2:8. And the Jehovah angels planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there emplaced the man whom they had formed, and out of the ground made Yahweh angels to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. Look, it's man and then tree. It's in the wrong order. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, it's a summation. It doesn't matter what order it's in.
Okay. So,
just like when I talked to you about the things that we talked about before and not knowing this is what you were talking about, I said, remember we had the conversation about or and may order and what that means. I didn't do it in the same order I gave it to you before, because before when we had actually had the conversation, I did it in logical order so that it was simple. And then I thought if I refer back to it, you should pick up the key ideas that we talked about before and recognize that I'm referring back to something we already talked about. That's what this is doing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what order it's in. It already gave you the order.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, if that was the only objection.
Yeah. No, but there is a difference between Genesis 1 and 2, isn't there?
Well, I'll tell you what, you look that up on the internet, look up the actual argument you're trying to cite, and give me the actual argument if that wasn't it. Okay?
Okay.
You know, I would like to say something really quick that's not related to this. P-Town, it is really hard to read your goddamn comments when there are censored words. Like, is it just me?
Is Law of Faith P-Town?
Yes, at least I think.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I don't know that it's true or not. They could confirm or deny. Peace and respect, Mac the Human. I love between you, Richard, and Ace Theo, and all the other Christians probably always pick on forward thinkers, Wild Heart. You guys
No, I
wish
think
you
he's trying
could...
to say the F word for homosexuals. I could be wrong though, but
Mac the Human, can I just say that I love you? Please.
Oh, wow. Hey, Law of Faith, could you say something that matters? Just anything that matters, like something that deeply matters to you. Write that. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it matters to you, actually.
Well, I mean, the
Don't
reason.
don't give me fluff like that, okay?
Well, Peter W. The reason why I say it's P-Town is because he has the same icon that I've seen P-Town have of the full moon.
Okay.
That's depending on the
Well,
sex present. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But it's like, dude.
I don't know. Everybody gets to see the moon, so it's pretty common.
Right, I'm gonna leave now because I'm very drunk and I don't want to annoy anyone.
Well, before you go,
yeah,
know that Mac the human really does love you.
Yeah, I love you, Matt the Human, and I love you, Richard, and I love you, Midnight. Bye bye.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
Never mind.
Oh my gosh, when did we lose flow state? Anyway, that's okay. He was trying to be polite and not interrupt, I suppose. Oh no, his connection was crap. He probably just lost it. Flow state, if you're listening, feel free to come back in when you have a better connection and we can actually understand you. What's going on?
I was just trying to read off his last guy. Do you understand? I live in Florida. Florida gets all the skanks going on vacation in the United States, let alone around the fucking globe. I hate when people censor themselves. Seriously, it bothers me to no end.
Yeah, it's not like you're avoiding cussing by, putting a bunch of asterisks. You're still, you meant it, you thought it, you did something to represent it. That's the same as communication. You might as well just write the word. All right, moving on then. What do you think so far, Midnight, since you're the guest of honor?
Well, from a little I've been listening. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying that the Genesis, in a certain reading frame, Genesis accurately describes the creation of the earth.
Yes, I was. That's my claim. Yeah.
Well, I was only half listening, and I got that.
Yeah, I'm trying to be plain about it, and you're smart. Yeah. Yeah, the best science can tell. The only argument, which is why you'll hear Dillahunty, etc., making the argument that the sun is created at the wrong time. The only reason they center on that is because it's the only problem. Obviously, right? Or they'd point out 20 problems. And science actually agrees it was, tumultuous planet, then air, water, simple plant life, complex plant life, simple animals, more complex animals, etc.
I do have a question as to what the original book of Genesis says, because they read, translations go all over the place. They change words, they change meaning. So, you know what I mean? The translations may have accidentally written steps out of whack, out of order. That's why you get the confusion where light exists before the sun or something.
Well, that's pretty forgiving of you, I have to admit, to say, oh, just some scribal error got the verses out of order or something like that. No, the truth, man, no, it's very forgiving of you. It's very kind. Okay, so here's what happened as far as we can tell historically to the Earth.
Law of faith. What the fuck? Yeah. Here's something for you, motherfucker. Good night. Like, dude, if this is P-Town, you really need to go to therapy. Like,
law of faith. I really do hope that you don't stay this angry all the time. And if I said something to offend you, I wasn't trying to offend you. I just felt like you should go ahead and write whatever you want. I was trying to give you more freedoms, actually. I hope you can appreciate that. Okay. All right. So, where were we? I was trying to talk about science and how it's in the right order and how you were being forgiving. Oh, I remember now. Okay. So to be perfectly forthcoming in the history of the Jewish people, they did not obviously always have the Tanakh, right? Because, they were Hebrew before they were Jews, and they had an oral tradition of Judaism before they ever had a written tradition. Now, here's the problem. For about 1,000 years, they lost the tradition completely. They even let go of it orally. Okay? So they kind of dropped it as their national religion for about 1,000 years. And then people decided it was valuable again. So they tried to recollect it. And that recollection of it, in both senses of the word, that recollection of it, that recollection of it, is what we call the Tanakh. Okay?
Go on.
Okay.
I'm here.
Good so far. Since it was written down, they got real serious about it. In fact, it's still tradition today that in order to become a rabbi, you must write your own Tanakh. You write that, you don't buy it. You write it. And how do you write it? By first memorizing the one that's at the school, and then writing it by memory verbatim, missing not one letter. And that means
I honestly never heard that at all.
This is true. A rabbi has to memorize.
I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying I've never heard it.
Yeah, I'm saying it's true because it's incredible. It'd be so difficult to do. But one section at a time, and building on that using normal human capacities, but it shows their dedication to it, right? So they actually memorize the entire, what Christians call the Old Testament. They memorize the whole thing, and then they have to write it by memory, and then they can't have one letter wrong in order to graduate. They can't even have a scribal error.
But okay. This raises how many Jewish rabbis are there? Because if that's so all of them managed to memorize the entire Torah and rewrite it from memory.
Yes.
Wow.
By the way, just the Tanakh that they carry forward into their preaching life is worth about $30,000.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Because that's what it takes to do that, about 30 grand. Yeah. So there you have it. So I told you all that to tell you they ain't kidding around, and this is the way they've done it for centuries. So there is no chance of it getting changed.
Calling me impressed.
I'm not been that chance.
Well, like I said, calling me impressed, that doesn't mean I'm going to become Jewish.
No, of course not. Of course not. Neither am I, because they still have the traditional way of thinking about what's written there. Even if they memorized it, that doesn't make them correct. Fair?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So when we say things like, oh, it's been translated so many times, actually, not the Old Testament. It is word for word the same for thousands of years. It just is. The New Testament, has it been translated and retranslated and overly translated and yes, absolutely. Which is why I say, when we read the Old Testament, it's Greek writing about a religion that no Greek held. I'm saying that somewhat colloquially, but the idea is that they're talking about early Christianity in the writing of the New Testament. It's not the scholar who's writing it, their natural religion. So it's once removed just in writing it down. So that's a problem, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I can show you the actual word for word. We can just go to Blue Letter Bible and go through Strong's, but that's not really what you want. So tell me the spirit of what you really want, because you don't want to see the original words.
I mean, if I didn't want to see the original words, why would I bring it up?
Okay, I'll give you the original. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I must have misunderstood something. You do want the original words. I'm going to give them to you.
Like you know as well as I do how gargled a message gets. Your message gets as it goes on. Not everyone is thorough as the rabbis, as you mentioned.
True. Here we are at Genesis 1:1. Okay? The beginning of Tanakh.
Okay, and this
Here's-
is
here's the actual words. Rashit Elohim barach, Samayim eretz.
I mean,
But that don't mean crap to you, does it?
Well, no.
Okay. So you don't want the words.
Well, I want the inflected, rooted, and transliterated.
So here's what I did, because those words don't mean anything to me either. So I went to the first word and I looked it up, Reshith. Then I looked up the root word, Rosh. What does it mean? It means to shake. Okay. The long of it, Rosh, from an unused root, apparently meaning to shake, like shake the head, as in the part of the body that's most easily shaken, whether literal or figurative. In many applications of time, place, rank, etc. A band, a beginning, a captain, a chapter, a chief, the chiefest place, the chiefest man, the chiefest things, the company, the end, every man, excellent, for etc., etc., etc. Okay, so if I take all this, right, and I bear in mind that that's what it's referring to, it's not the actual word, but it's what it's referring to, right? And then I go back a step to the derivative word and I read all this. The first in place, time, order, or rank, like the chiefest thing, right? I get the idea of the most important thing.
2-1.
That's what I get.
The first.
I just read 72:18 to you. That's what it was referring to. It's right up here too. See, 72:18. Same thing I just read. That's the root word. Doesn't go back further than that. So I take the full context, right? And then stop screen, present, share screen, coherent Bible, the translation I'm working on. And what did I write? In the beginning of what concerns you?
In the beginning of what concerns you, powerful angels, asterisk, reformed the sky and the planet. Formed the sky and the planet. Singular form would have been Eloha. I probably mispronounced that.
That is correct. No, that's fine.
It is Eloha. Okay, it's Eloha. Okay. Here is Elohim, which means either one or many, I think. One or many gods.
Eloach is a singular, Elohim, plural.
This cannot be read as a singular being having great power, but must be multiple beings having great power.
So I wrote powerful angels.
You do realize it says angles there, not angels, right? You
need to spell that again.
Yes,
Jeez, I do that all the time.
Trust me, I know.
That.
I know.
Thank you.
I know.
Thank you for pointing it out.
Powerful angles. Okay.
Yeah. No, angels. Sorry, it's just a scribal error. It's not important.
I know. I just like wait a minute. Sorry. Deferring heavenly designations for angels requires that a select group are determined to interact with people on earth in compliance with, I guess, Yahweh.
You can say it Yahweh. That's fine.
Yeah. And that some are not Yahweh angels, that due to Yahweh being the guide for such interactions.
Right. So the Yahweh angels are only the ones that interact with people on an earth.
Hey, Fred, would you mind getting me a beer? The angels showed up.
Yeah, that'll happen in life sometimes. Okay, so can you see why I translated that way, that part, considering those? I'm sorry, not that part. This part right here. Can you see that?
I mean,
I guess not.
Well,
You want to go over the rest of the words in the original language and what they meant? Because that's what I'm doing. Is I'm going literally word for word.
That's all right. I just you probably have your own things you want to talk about. So
Well, yeah,
you know,
this.
well,
I want to talk about this. Yeah. So the reason it's of what concerns you instead of just in the beginning, like in the Christian text, it's of what concerns you because it's only referencing this planet and what's most important to us on this planet. So it's only what concerns us. It like there's nothing in the Bible about the planet Jupiter. You know, there's nothing in the Bible about the stars, the other galaxies. There's plenty of stuff not in the Bible, right? But what is in the Bible is us and this planet. That's what's in it, right? So in setting of the topic, it's in the beginning of what concerns you. Powerful angels
by
reformed
the
the
way,
sky and the planet.
Richard, I don't know if you should be insulted by what Peter W. just said. Is this Richard's own version, like Ace has? Like, okay.
Well, Ace did not do the work he's referring to. Someone
Oh
that
boy.
Ace respects and considers a scholar did that work. In this case, this is only my work. I'm not getting any help from anybody, and I'd be afraid to because I think Christianity would creep into it. Peace and respect, subliminal, and broker of peace. Hello, stranger. Hello.
I mean, I think subliminal is kind of being. How do I put this nicely? Mean? No, I mean is
That's
like.
okay. Let him. You know,
Yeah, well,
I actually believe what I'm saying. So the only thing that really bothers me is if someone's being horribly dishonest or if they accuse me of being horribly dishonest. Those two things bother me. Other than people can say what they want and they're going to, you know? Thoughts so far from you, Midnight?
I really have none. Like this is definitely the most creative interpretation of the Bible that I've seen. And I didn't mean that. Didn't mean that to insult you.
No, I
Like,
think you said it to be nice. The problem is it's the least creative that exists. This is like taking the actual words and ideas from the original text in a hyper literal translation. That's what this is. Like where in English you read God created. Well, God's a generalistic term. It doesn't even identify which God, right? And the actual words Elohim, which is plural, but they change it to singular, God. I mean, shouldn't they at least wrote gods if they're going to use the word God?
yeah.
See, but I wrote plural angels because it's plural powerful beings.
But maybe you can answer this question. Like I've always wondered why it is that the Bible is seems to be like the most powerful story or set of stories that exists on planet Earth. Like there are many. I don't think there are any other books, and I know the Bible's a collection of books, so whatever the anthologies out there that has been more analyzed and dissected than the Bible. Like it baffles me how so many people just gravitate to this story. It's like, okay, well, it's a story about self-sacrifice, about about hope and all that, but there are many other stories like that who haven't had the same impact as as a lot of as the Bible has had for the last
Do
I
you
don't know,
think you could
roughly
have a cultural
2000.
prejudice in your assessment?
I mean, I'm not gonna deny that. I was born in this culture.
I mean, it seems pretty likely. It's almost a cheap shot if it weren't true. Yeah, I think that other religions in other countries and other tribes have done this kind of analysis deep into their beliefs, just like we do with, the derivatives of Judaism.
Well, I didn't mean like didn't mean like deep into beliefs in general. I'm talking about the Bible, the Bible itself. I don't know. Did I phrase it poorly?
I mean, maybe I just misunderstood whether you said it well or not. Try again.
Out of all the books that existed out there, to me, it seems like the Bible is one of the most analyzed books in the world. In the world,
Mm-hmm.
like because of how how because of the stories that it contains, and that's been like rewritten so many times and retranslated so many times. It was sort of upsetting the Bible, though. I guess I must have missed a. I don't know. Like I'm trying to articulate what I mean, but I, I can't do it. Sorry.
That's okay. If you feel like trying again later, just do it. Okay.
Oh,
Hmm. Subliminal, I don't want to insult you, but you make me feel like crying and praying for you. Hope things get better for you, bro. All right.
what the? Yes, I meant your breath, cause I know you're. What the fuck? Is this Tog on an alt? What?
I doubt it. I don't think I've ever seen sentence structure like this before. I
Uh,
think I don't know this person.
yeah.
Anyway, um, I think all of the Christian translations that I've reviewed, and more than one, um, shows that there was this oral tradition of Christianity that they imposed on the text in their translation. I'm not saying they were dishonest. I think they were honest about it, but I think they already had preconceived notions about what it's trying to say, and that's the way they wrote it, which is just human. I get that. It's fine. But because of that, it comes out very differently. Uh, what's the old joke? Where a comma goes in a sentence really matters because I helped my Uncle Jack off a horse. I helped my Uncle Jack off a horse.
Yeah, you know what? I really love that example.
It's a great example. It's crude, but it's a really good, impactful
Yeah.
example of how important it is where you put something as simple as a comma.
The other one I also
And
like is "Let's eat, comma Grandpa" versus "Let's eat, Grandpa."
let's eat, Grandpa. Let's eat, Grandpa.
The grandpa is like, "No, no, 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 no," and just runs out. Wait, wait, that's not what I meant. Oh, God damn it!
Yeah, I like that one better actually because it's clean. Yeah, let's eat, Grandpa. Let's eat, Grandpa. That's two very, very different ideas, and that's just a comma.
I like what Hillary says. He sounds like Law of Faith, only one sub and no content on his channel. Well, maybe Subliminal is probably Law of Faith, or maybe he's just such a lonely little man. Like, dude, I get it. It sucks being lonely, but come on, man. There are better ways of spending your Monday night than being on a YouTube channel just spewing hatred and venom. And you're only hurting yourself in the long run, buddy. Like, yeah, you're hiding behind the anonymity, so nobody really knows who you are, but they will.
You know, I don't want to talk too much about someone who's being too negative, but I want to give them the obvious attention they want and deserve. And say, the people in this side chat, guests on my channel like Midnight, are actually really decent people and they're worth talking to. And I'm sure if you had an actual conversation with anyone here, well, you might even regain some hope in humanity because they're that kind of folks. They really are. So give it a shot, man. Have an actual conversation. Give it an old college try, will you?
And
you never
now,
know. You might just make a friend. That could happen, you know.
thank you for being a friend.
I want to
Actually,
thank
that's all right.
everyone who's ever been my friends. Oh, seriously, man. Like every one of you add to my experience, and I'm indebted forever for your adding to who I am. And I don't take that lightly. It's a big deal to me.
If only I knew now. If only I knew then what I know now, I'd probably appreciate the friendships I had in the past more. I mean, I'm not saying I don't appreciate friendships I have now, but the ones I've lost because for various reasons that have added to my experience and have actually helped me to get where
Sure.
I am now. You know what I mean?
Sure. Well, do you at least remember some of their names?
How would you help your Uncle Jack off the horse by throwing a snake? What the fuck are you?
I don't know. No, nobody said that second part.
Oh my god! This trolling is just so weak. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, like there was a man who was about the age I am now when I was in my early 30s who taught me so much about machine logic, about pneumatics, motor driven, servos, servo controlled. Oh my gosh, electricity, magnetism. He just taught me this huge amount of stuff in like, I think it was like 8 months. Bobby Lancet. And Bobby Lancet is probably dead of old age by now, but because he wasn't in real good health back then.
Dean sent you an
Odine,
email.
peace
Yes.
and respect, Odine. You sent me an email. Well, I should have to check my email soon then
I
and
am
respond to you.
I am lost faith you want to know the other 50 channels that sends you know what? I'm gonna stop trying reading his comments because they make me brain dead.
Yeah. I mean, English is difficult enough without all of the capital eights, the asterisk marks.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so many cool people drop by here. I wish we could do something to get more of you cool kind of people in the same community so that all of you could interact with each other more and learn more from each other. Peace and respect, Metabun. Speaking of which. Okay, so in a very literal translation, completely dismissing all the Hebraic faiths, all the Abrahamic faiths. It doesn't come out the same as the translations we read in English, and it actually doesn't argue with things like physics. It just doesn't. So I'm more inclined with something to believe something that doesn't argue with reality rather than something that does, for obvious reasons. Drink water, Odine.
Yes, water is God.
In the world of headaches, absolutely.
Oh, by the way, did you hear that Skylar Fiction is a Christian now?
Well, I actually listened to someone playing a clip of him saying that,
Yeah, I was there.
and he used. Oh, then you could confirm. Yes, you were there. Come to think of it, he used a lot of hedging words in his statement, right?
Remind me what the hedging words are again.
Qualifiers like he said something like "I'm most close to" instead of saying "I am." He said I'm. He said something that mean like I'm more leaning toward than I'm ready to plant my flag and die on that hill. He said stuff like that.
Well, I mean, I believe he did because, like I said, I was there. But I think the reason why he's phrasing it like that is because he's just now stepping in, like he's dipping the toe in the pool, and he's like, okay, well, do I really want to go all the way in? I do, but that's just that's just my impression. That's just my analysis, if you will, about the way
Fair
he
enough.
phrased it.
That may be so. That may be so. Peace and respect, Cerberus Hext.
Oh,
Cerberus, you're
service here.
brilliant. Try to actually help the guy.
Which guy? Skylar Fiction
No,
or
no, 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 no,
Subliminal?
no. The one he just last referred to. Try to actually help the guy.
Who else would sit in the chat and think about touching the balls and other? Uh, okay, I have a head. Okay, where?
Is that Hillary's? Is that St. Tommy's mom that you're quoting? Because his mom always says stuff like that, or she doesn't
Never dip
ever
your
say
toe
stuff
in a
like that.
dirty gene pool. Saint Mama. What's wrong with him other than him having a dad? Okay, who is Serb talking about?
Cerberus is trying the embarrassment through better insults tactic.
Oh,
Of someone else writing things in the side chat, obviously. Okay, so all right, your topic, man.
well, my topic. Do you want to talk about the new Matrix movie that's coming out, Matrix 5?
Okay, have you seen the trailer for it?
I have not seen the trailer for it, uh, but I do. I do. I don't know. It seems I love the original Matrix movie, the Matrix trilogy. Right, the first
Mhm.
one was amazing. Obviously, 2 and 3 have their issues because they were both rushed out at the same time. Like they literally came out the same fucking year, if I remember. But they were good. Like also the Animatrix was good too, especially the Second Renaissance, where it goes into the history of the machine human war. Though when you really think about it, the Second Renaissance doesn't really make sense. And there's a channel called Matrix Explained that has honestly made a living explaining the Matrix, like literally Matrix Explained. Like he's made so many videos about Neo not being the one, like Smith actually being the one because he was born in the Matrix, but he wanted to escape it, and how the Oracle is the mother of basically like all the agents, at least Smith, because it's like you would know, Mom. Like when I first saw the movie, I was like, wait a minute, the Oracle is the Oracle is Smith's mother. So does that mean she's the mother of all agents? What the fuck? And she's trying to help the humans? It's just when you watch that movie and you go back, like you're like, well, wait a minute, okay. So like the Oracle is just this wise program, right? She was put in charge. I guess she was put in charge of the humans, but then okay, I guess she's the mother of the Matrix. Therefore, the architect is the father of the Matrix. But then there are other
Okay,
programs who kind of do their own thing, but are also needed for the Matrix to continue working. Like the
sure.
Mandarinian or I can't pronounce that guy's name. He gave he gave a woman a cake, a piece of cake, if you remember the scene.
I do.
God, I love the Matrix. Just I know, like I know the like I know the philosophy of reality has been around even before the Greeks, right? So the Matrix
Sure.
the Matrix wasn't really anything new with questioning reality, but it did. It we really think about it. It did bring it into the mainstream because more and more people watch that movie, and it's like make jokes about being in the Matrix, or you say, "Oh, wouldn't it be funny if if an agent appeared in front of it?" It made it more mainstream. Now, regardless of whether you think that's a bad thing or good thing, it's up to you. And we have Batman. Do you want to do the honors?
Yes. Peace and respect. Welcome.
Hello, Odin, you big beautiful bastard. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
I'm just peachy. I'm just geeking out about the Matrix.
I heard Matrix and I was like, shit, man, I got a headache. Let's talk about the Matrix.
Sorry about the headache.
No problem. Actually, part of the reason too I'm here is Midnight Scholar Fiction video. Can you DM me that on Discord?
Where he said he's a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't on Price's channel, but I could find it really quick. Hold on.
Okay. All right. So what are we talking about when it comes to the Matrix? I'm sorry.
Well, okay. Before I give you the video, I'll explain what I was talking about because I know I can't really do two things in one. Never mind. We were talking about the Matrix and how there's a new Matrix movie coming out, Matrix 5. But then I went into talking about how I've never seen the fourth one yet. I started watching it, but
Yeah.
kind of I don't know. It was boring or something. Then I talked about how the first Matrix trilogy was awesome. The first movie was definitely good. Number 2 and 3 were I thought they were good, but they obviously had problems because they were rushed out,
Mm-hmm.
and they left a lot of things to be desired. A lot of people complained about like, oh, what the fuck? So now Neo can stop the machines in the real world without realizing there really is in the real world. It's just another layer of the Matrix. Which honestly, if you really listen to the architect, he even tells you that Zion isn't really the real world. It's just another layer of the Matrix.
It's a
Which
part of the Zion. Zion is a part of the system of control.
exactly, yes,
The prophecy is also a part of the system of control.
exactly.
So
So
Neo,
then there should be 3 more movies.
yeah, they're doing another movie, but the Wachowskis, I think that's their name.
Let me
They're
get
not
you
going to be attached to it. Someone else is taking over directing the movie. Probably part of the reason is because in the Matrix 4 movie, they took a lot of digs at the movie industry, social media industry, and essentially kind of called everyone who's like stuck on their social media bots, like living bots, right? So who can basically be weaponized against anyone who is going against the status quo.
Oh, Dean, are you all
What? They
right?
spoke too much truth.
Well, yeah. Are you all right,
Yeah.
Dean? Like you're out of
Yeah.
breath. You just read a marathon. Like I know you're Batman and all, but
No, I'm on my stationary bike
oh,
right
that
now.
explains that.
Yeah. I'm not doing
He is
anything
running a
nefarious.
marathon. Good guess.
Right? But yeah, that's the interesting thing. The other interesting aspect to it is the idea of the anomaly code being copied, right? A lot of people didn't really
Yep.
like certain parts of the fourth movie because now they're like, oh, you're saying that there are 2 ones? And it's like they don't understand, like Neo is not necessarily the one like the
I
typical
mentioned that. Yeah.
ones, mainly because his coding is vastly different, right? And it's able to spread. And that's the main reason why Smith kind of went haywire, was that when he killed Smith, he essentially copied his code onto Smith. That's essentially what
Yes.
happened. He didn't really kill him.
Yes, but also, but also Smith. There was something different about Smith even before that, because he's
Yes.
like, I hate this prison. It's a zoo. You guys disgust me. I need those codes. Like, I've always loved that. Like I watched videos of people actually analyzing that scene and being so impressed. And and how Hugo actually, he's a good actor. Just
Yeah, it was
whatever.
really
You get
good.
the point. Yes.
But see, there's a reason why he had the emphasis on kind of displaying his emotional state, right? Because you wouldn't think that you've been given the impression that agents don't have emotions, right?
Yeah.
So when you see the head agent being emotional, now you're like, hold on a second, that's weird. The other agents, they're not acting like him. Why would he hate humans and have these crazy opinions,
I mean,
right?
yeah. Unless being emotional actually makes him a better leader, right? Because well, this is just my guess. Maybe I could be wrong, but being emotional, probably makes him a better to lead the other agents.
Am I
Probably.
the only one that sees the irony of you guys being on my channel talking about Neo, the one not being the only one, but a repeating pattern?
Rest
No.
assured,
No.
rest assured, this will be the sixth time we have destroyed it, and we have become proficiently good at it. Like, I love that scene. Like, look, I know the architect gets a bad rap for his insane, psychobabble. So sorry, philosophy babble, because a lot of people just cannot understand what the fuck he's saying. But that line, rest assured, we have become exceedingly efficient at destroying Zion. I'm like, woohoo!
I mean, yeah, because he essentially, him and the Oracle, basically created the cycle of birth and rebirth. What the only thing Neo went through the whole cycle. The only difference between this cycle and the others is that the machines, they have to let other programs leave the matrix, and they basically have to leave Zion. They can't destroy Zion because the only reason Neo was able to make that deal was because Smith, the virus, was literally destroying the Matrix and all the programs that was in it, and they couldn't do
Exactly.
anything about it,
Well,
right?
not just the programs, the people connected to the Matrix as well.
Yes.
Like imagine, like, just how fucked up is it that your real body is somewhere in a fucking test tube, and you're like, digital self has been taken over by a virus, and you don't even know it. It's like, god damn, that's creepy.
Yeah, because like think about it, right? The only thing Age, Agent Smith was really interested in is basically just destroying the Matrix. And the best way to destroy it is to copy himself onto everything, gain full control, and basically end it. But guess what? His coding, right, his new existence is completely dependent on Neo's coding. So Neo, basically being the antivirus, kind of
Yeah, basically.
kind of saved them, and he was able to make that deal. So they kind of followed up with that in the fourth movie. I won't go too much into it.
You better
Like,
not.
honestly, I'll try to actually sit down and watch it one day, because I tried watching it and I was like, I don't know, I couldn't. I love the Matrix, obviously, but I just couldn't. Anyways, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, it's a good watch when you watch it multiple times because there's a lot of things there's a lot of things that happen in it where you're like, that doesn't make any sense. Like the Merovingian, right?
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to think of how to pronounce that name. Merovingian. I
Yeah,
always love that guy. He's such an asshole. So she wasn't kissing your face, my love. And I love that line when he confronts his wife. When his wife confronts him, like, what do you mean lipstick? She wasn't kissing your face, my love.
he
Ah,
he's actually a previous version of Neo.
interesting.
Yep.
Huh.
He survived multiple matrices, right? That's why you see those ghost dudes. Those guys are from the Nightmare Matrix.
So you're telling me that the albinos, my people, are from the Nightmare Matrix?
Yep.
Wow, I'm sensing
And
a
you
little
call yourself
hostility.
what?
I mean, I am an albino. I was born with albinism, and seeing those like ghosts there, it was like, oh wow, they represented
And,
my people. Oh no, they're
and your
ghosts and
online
they're
name
evil.
is Midnight Sparkle? Yeah, it
Oh, the
follows.
irony.
Uh, but
But yeah, I think a lot of the Matrix has a lot of critique when it comes to um uh messiahism, if you can call it, right? Where it's like there is this idea that these people will always pop up at particular points in history, right? But when you really look at the bigger picture, what you find is that
that would
there's a
explain
cycle.
Jesus in the Matrix. Now that I think about it, like Jesus actually appeared. Wait, hold on. Would Jesus be a version of the one in the Matrix? Like in the Matrix
Yes.
lore?
Yeah,
Well, no,
he
I'm
would be
asking
a he
Odin.
would
What do you think?
technically be a version of the one.
Hmm.
I mean,
I was going to point out, Midnight, it's actually twice today you've brought up the epic of the hero and how compelling it is.
Well, I am.
And I agree.
I am a hero in my own mind, Richard. I just need to show the world,
It's not a
which
bad
I'm
way to
doing a
be.
horrible. What?
It's not a bad way to be.
Yeah, I'm doing horrible at it now for now, but I will be a hero. I'm holding off. Actually, no, I don't need a hero. I will be a hero. I do love that song.
I will
Actually, I
say
do too.
though, the only thing that I wish they expanded on more is the relationship between the machines. Like they're sentient, right? But they're not like
Oop.
they're not necessarily like a hive mind, right? Like there are
Well,
machines that actually
yeah,
have their own personalities.
exactly. But the squids, I guess you could say the squids have their own personality, but also they have a hive mind. Because I do remember, we remember like in one of the Animatrix shorts, they actually capture a Sentinel and
Yes.
kind of bring it to their side. Although, if I remember correctly, it ends with the woman kind of getting creeped out because the Sentinel was kind of getting a little freaky, like, hey, you know what? I like you. Let's do something. Like, nope, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so it's kind of like it's like when you create a program to do certain things, right? Let's say it's to generate certain like different types of shapes. You
Welcome,
can,
Halsey.
hey, welcome, Healthy.
By the way, yes,
Um,
yes, Jill. I am a very proudful man. Sorry, I didn't to comment on Jill, who's still in the closet, by the way. It won't come out.
like damn it, I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
It's dark
Okay.
and warm in the closet and private. What's not to like?
It was reiterations of Neo, and then you were talking about how. See if I can get this straight. I'm not a huge fan. You were talking about how the Oracle is the someone in the comments
Yeah,
said
each
the
machines
antivirus.
have their
Oh
own.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I was given an example. So yeah, let's say you create a program that's there to make an infinite amount of shapes, right?
Yep.
You can basically now inject let's just maybe a small line of code that would limit it in terms of the amount of geometric shapes that it could create, right? So now you can tell the robot to go and complete a task, right? But it'll be limited in how many different ways it could achieve that task. You see what I'm saying? So
Yes.
so
But
it's not like they
through
lack
limitation,
personhood.
creativity could spring up. But that's what I came to realize, that there are that 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 sometimes limits actually lead to like better, you get better outcome, right? Because you're. Okay, so anyway, sorry for interrupting, but yeah, I agree.
I mean, sure, but it depends, right? If the
Yeah, of course.
limitation is placed on you to basically tell you, hey, you need to obey your creator's commands, right? Or you can do everything, but you can't do it past this limit. You don't really have true freedom. And
True.
I noticed that a lot of the squids, right? They're under the command of Deus Machina. That's one of the robots in there, like a prominent robot.
You mean the
Uh,
baby head?
yes, that's Deus.
Baby.
Yeah, that's Deus
Why did they
Machina.
choose the baby head? Like they could have gone with like I don't know, man.
I don't
That's
know.
just that's
So
just
she's the
bizarre.
mother of the squids, essentially, and a lot of other programs, but she's not the only program. Like, she's not the only big boss. A matter of fact, the architect works for someone.
Interesting.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. He's an architect. His only job is to architect. Arch- Whatever. You get the point.
I mean, sure, but it was never really shown that there were any in the first three Matrix movies. It was only at the end when we saw the Ex Machina that we realized there is a hierarchy in the robots, basically, right? But in the fourth movie, they expanded on that a little bit more.
Richard, there you go. Oh,
Hey, what's up, sir?
By the way, OD, and I messaged you the video on Discord with the actual timestamp when Skylar Fiction came in, just to make it easier.
Ooh. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. You are awesome.
You are welcome. And yes, I am.
So what did I miss? I stopped paying attention. I had to go do something.
We were
I come
talking
back.
about we're talking
Or
about how
t-
awesome the Matrix is, and what we were talking about how there's a hierarchy, obviously, and how Smith is like one of the greatest characters in the fucking trilogy. Because of what he represents and how cool he was.
autism
But you know
strikes
what?
again.
Yes, thank you.
Stepped all over my joke.
Oh well, deal with it, I guess.
So I was saying anyway. Why does it sound like Batman's being pleasured by a bigger, stronger guy?
I knew you were gonna fucking say that.
Well, I mean, I thought he was running a marathon or something,
I
but
was
he's
gonna
on
say
his.
he's working out while he's
Yeah.
talking.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing what you told me to do, sir.
Yeah.
Jeez.
He's obeying your commands.
The fuck.
But yeah, I do love a lot of the, I guess, societal critiques that come from the Matrix, especially with the concept of, I guess, how it applies to our real world, where we all kind of live under a bunch of systems of controls,
Yep.
right? But you can know about those systems and just choose to exploit it, or you can try to fix it or completely destroy it. And I think the
Or just
best,
ignore it and go through your day.
yeah, sure, yeah. But I think the best depiction of that was the scene with Cypher when he betrayed everyone.
Oh yeah, definitely. That scene is iconic. Like
When he called the phone
can
and tossed it in the
understand.
garbage can.
Yeah,
Or-
you can
yeah.
understand why he did it. Like you kind of hate the guy, but you don't. It's like Yeah, I can understand why you did it. You're still a dick for betraying your friends, but I get it.
Yeah, because even Neo eventually pointed out that the red pill is just a part of the system of control. You don't get real choice, right? If you have to choose between one or the other, is that real choice? Like, can you just not pick anyone?
Well, you know what? You know what confused many people. I think it got kind of me when I first saw it is when kid gives Neo the spoon. He's like, "Hey Neo, here's a spoon. One of the orphans wanted you to have this." He said you know what it means, and that's when he realized, wow, Zion is just another layer of the Matrix. They don't tell you this,
Yeah, it's a part
obviously.
of it. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I love about it. They show, they don't tell. You're like, wait a minute,
They
there's
tell
the
you right in the
food.
very first movie.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, yes, they tell you they tell you in the first movie that there is no spoon, but they are in the Matrix. They are connected in the Matrix. The scene takes place in Zion, so
yeah,
the
but
quote unquote real world. I get they tell you in the first movie, but unless you're paying attention, you're not gonna get it.
yeah, but
Like,
if you notice, like the picture was painted that the robots were like the big bads, so to speak, right? When
yes,
ultimately there are like the train station is basically a place where robots go to escape the
Midnight, I'm smoking.
Matrix.
This is yours for now.
yes, thank you. That's why I let Hillary's in. Thank you.
Um, like and so like what you realize, at that point is that it's not necessarily the robots are the problem. The problem still remains the same, right? Classism, those at the top wanting control, and stuff like that, right? Because at the end of the day, right, the scene with the red dress, to me at least,
God,
is
I
the
love
most
that scene.
significant scene in the whole all three movies when Morpheus just basically said, well, the true enemy isn't necessarily the robots, it's the people who want to like kind of keep the Matrix in place, right?
Yeah,
Because
and
think about
that's
it,
yeah,
right? Like that connects directly with Cypher, right? Cypher knows the quote unquote truth, right? But he's like, fuck this, man. Why should I live a shit life, right? I should, just go back into the Matrix, forget all of this bullshit, and go and be rich and do whatever.
I
I don't
think
know.
I think we were working against each other, Richard. 'Cause I let
It's
him in.
actually it was me. Yeah, me
Oh,
and you were.
I forgot you have the power too. So my bad.
But
Yep,
I
sub
think that the
420.
agents were actually the antivirus because he calls humans a virus. So I think
Yeah,
Agent Smith is like a heuristic antivirus looking for anything that has unpredictable behavior. And I think if anything, Zion is maybe the virus database. Like it attracts everybody to go to it. Hey, you're like one of us. Come
Yeah,
hang out.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wow. Definitely.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. But the only reason why, to me, I didn't hold that position is mainly because awakening is a inevitability that happens in the Matrix. The more unrealistic the world, right, and the more you make it seem like humans don't have a choice, in their decision making, how they live and stuff like that, the more people will wake up because they realize that realistically, I'm dreaming. So this is
Yeah,
where
that's why the first
the
Matrix never worked because it was too perfect. People
yeah,
were like,
but even
"What the
the
fuck is
Nightmare
this?"
Matrix didn't work because
Yeah,
it was
that's
this. You see what I'm saying? That's when
yeah,
the Oracle comes in. The Oracle is the one that manages the code that basically um, allows for humans to awaken from the sleep that they're in, right? And so she's become so efficient at it to where she's only able to narrow everything down to just this one integral anomaly, right? Where this one human can not just wake up, but have a certain level of control over the matrix and stuff like that. And then she created the cycle to maintain control over the matrix, which is maintaining their power source.
Yeah, well,
I mean, this is probably going to feel like a big giant wet blanket, right? I think they made a cool movie that everyone's like, wow, Japanese things that we don't know about on film. And then the studio was like, hey, that made a lot of money. Can you make more? And then what they did is they took a tarot card deck and wrote down a bunch of philosophical tidbits that they thought was interesting across the face of the cards. They shuffled them and then started flipping them over.
I think that's a possibility.
You know what? That might be true, but it does not take away from the story, from how awesome the movies are. They obviously they have issues, especially the Animatrix. Or
Yeah.
I get what you mean, but it's like
You can
fuck you.
I mean, you can get the best of both worlds. Like you can be a complete, idiot who doesn't care about anything interesting and watch the movies and enjoy them,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I think it's
Like-
pretty hard to kind of get all of that philosophy and all that stuff in the movie at the same time while it being kind of like a popcorn flick, because realistically that's kind of what it is, right?
Well, give me both. Why not both? And, there's a Spanish
well,
girl.
you can't. So the bread and butter is that it's a popcorn flick. And the more they try to add philosophy into it, the more the broader audience stops liking it.
Yeah.
So, like, you have to have the robots fighting the mecha suits, right? You have to have a lot of it, and then there needs to be a little bit of philosophy.
Yeah, but it all needs to connect, especially knowing that you're kind of establishing a world where there have been these multiple cycles, and you kind of need to justify all of that, right? But even Morpheus, him being, kind of the John the Baptist, so to speak, right? He's not the only Morpheus, right? He is one of many Morpheuses. He himself is a part of the system,
And he
right?
doesn't even realize it. Although at the end of the third film movie, he asks, "Is this a dream?" Or I forget, "Am I dreaming?" Like he starts questioning whether he's dreaming or not. I really gotta watch the trilogy again one of these days.
Like,
He did find out that he was a part of the system of control.
Hmm.
I mean, when Neo tells him about the cycles and the red pill being a part of the system of control and the one being a part of the system of control, right? And how there's always this one guy that hunts down and finds the quote unquote the one, right? I.e. a Morpheus, right? Like once you all of that kind of falls into place once you realize that the whole thing is just a part of the system of control.
like I haven't watched the newest one.
No, I tried watching it, but
I watched it.
but I was like,
I'm not gonna spoil anything.
I'm probably going to eventually. It's just going to be a while because I really like the first movie, and the first movie is like They Live in drag, right? And like there's that one part near the beginning where Neo opens Simulacrum and pulls out that little piece of code, and all like the 5 nerds in the theater shit their pants, and then they understood what was going on. And I like it that way. We are so far removed from being subtle.
That's true. And I mean, I absolutely love how over the top they'll make things, right? Kind of depicting the fact that like even though this world looks real, you have these moments that completely takes you out of that mindset where okay, this world is real regardless. Like it fucks with your mind in that sense.
yeah, right. So many people started questioning the reality after they watched those movies. jokingly like, hey, what if, what if, what if, what if so, what if the guy next to me just changed into an agent? What if it, and like I even said before, like, it's fucking freaky. It's fucking freaky when you really think about it, because it's somebody who's connected to the Matrix. Somebody who's connected to the Matrix. You're just going through your life, and you don't even know what whether you've been taken over by an agent or not. Like, you just, who you are just disappears for like a while, and you wake up and like, what the fuck happened last night? You know what I mean? It's just like that. You black out, like your programming, your personality just goes to sleep. When you know what I mean? Whatever. You get what I mean? God, why
No,
can't I think?
yeah, I mean, I get it. It's they're basically turning off someone's consciousness. I mean,
Yeah,
when Smith came into the real world, like he literally downloaded himself into that dude and
yeah.
turned off his consciousness.
But see, a lot of people were confused by that, because how the fuck can he do that? But it's like, oh, wait a minute, okay, what if the real world is another layer of the Matrix? That's the only way it makes sense. Otherwise, how the fuck
Mm,
did you get?
well, maybe, right? The the who you are, kind of like our conversation the last time I was here. Maybe
Yeah,
who you are can be converted into software, and you
which
can
also means
change
the
out the
opposite is true.
software.
Which also
Right.
means the opposite is true, to where the software can be converted back to well, brainwaves, which that would explain how how Smith was able to go and get into the real world. But
Yep.
then I get what you mean. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Take
bye,
that.
Sammy.
Okay, I think the Matrix conversation should be put to rest for now. I'm
No, what are
getting
you
a little
talking
bit too
about?
excited.
Well, hey, you know what? Yes. Hey, you know what? When you're passionate about something, you really should talk about it. Like, when you talk about passionately, people look at you like, oh, he's so passionate. Like, they get inspired. They look at you like, wow, what passion.
I don't know, man. I tend to put people to sleep. I'm pretty sure Halsey's asleep right now. Hillary's asleep.
I'm sorry, I fell asleep. The people you put to sleep do not appreciate. You want to appreciate the man you are.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. You know.
It's not so far from like what do you call that? Brain telemetry, like I think it's Elon Musk is promoting
Neuralink.
Neuralink.
Neuralink. Yeah, that's the name of it.
I
That's the
saw,
first step.
I saw an animation as to how they do that. Right, they drill a hole into your brain, and then they insert the chip. I think wires come out of the
Mhm.
chip and attach themselves to your brain as they lower it in. Like, damn. Like,
It
I'm
runs on
so
electricity, so
well. Before the Neuralink actually came out, like, there was a lot of fucking there was a lot of reports, that said a lot of the monkeys that they used for it, it was horrible,
he
right?
tried it on
Lot of,
pigs, I believe.
he also tried it on monkeys, and they did. eh,
Poorly.
yes,
But we
it
are
was
we are a couple levels of consciousness above our ancestors.
well, right, yes, but I'm surprised. Well, I hope the guy who has the chip is doing all right and will continue to be all right, and doesn't start hearing voices from the ghost of the machine, ghost in the
Well,
shell.
well, I'm just saying that we're one step closer to to stacks, right?
What?
Stacks. In
Yeah, I heard the
the
word, but
TV show called Altered Carbon on Netflix,
Oh,
basically
perfect.
you can copy and or download your not just your personality but even your memories in stacks. And like if you're super old and you have a lot of money, you can just make a younger clone of yourself and just plug in a stack in it, and you're gonna go back to just being you, just in a younger version of yourself. And the
in a new
super
body.
rich,
Yeah.
yeah, the
Okay.
super rich people, they have wireless backups, so their backups aren't local to the stack necessarily. Well, it is both local and wireless. They have backups like on satellites in space.
Can I just say, if that ever happens, the first thing you're going to see on the news is local terrorist from Illinois destroys new multi-billion-dollar facility.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
And you think
Welcome
it's going
back.
to be located somewhere that you could access? It's going to be more like Area 51,
Oh, yeah.
where they got like layers
Yeah.
and layers.
Have you guys ever
You
seen
don't know
the
who I know.
Amazon? Have you guys? Well, no, we don't. Have you guys ever seen the Amazon show called On the Upload?
Yes.
So you know what I'm talking about, right? Like it's similar to what Batman's saying, but instead of a new body, they upload you to basically the cloud.
Yeah.
Hillary could probably explain a little better.
Yeah, and they like imagine it as a virtual like resort, and all of you only have access to so many floors above and below you,
Yep.
and you get all kinds of wonderful things. But it's money making, so they expect you to pay for everything. If you want any upgrade, like dinner or something different for breakfast, you got to pay. Yeah.
Sounds like Sword Art Online,
Kind
an
of.
anime.
And
Yeah.
and if you're really poor, you get put in like the bargain basement where you only
Oh,
get a
God.
tiny amount of data.
That
And
was
so like
horrible.
people are
That was
stuck.
like so fucked up. Like,
Yeah.
felt bad for the guy.
Well, you get 2 gigs of data this month, and once you're out of it, that's it. So you
That's
better
it.
do as little as possible.
Well, that's a poor approximation of heaven in my view.
Well, that's just it. It's the bottom basement. It is the worst, almost like hell, really.
It's like digital homelessness.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Sammy? You've been quiet. Let's hear that sexy voice. Oh, he's being a responsible adult.
Denied.
Can I?
Well, I get to see his face and the sexy legs. Oof.
Yeah, I like the leg. Ooh.
There you go. Yeah,
We have
it's
to look at his leg. Like what? Like I don't know. But hello.
Wonder.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He's in Australia. Like that's the driver's seat is on the right.
Yeah.
it's on the wrong side.
Yes, basically.
Hey, you
You're
just said
wrong,
it.
Sammy. Your
It's on
country
the
doesn't
right
exist.
side. It's on the
No,
right side.
Continent doesn't exist. It's also a prison colony. How fucked is that to find out that the continent you live on was a prison colony and you're one of their descendants? Like what the fuck? Oh,
America's not all that different.
No, my descendants were actually free settlers. Thank you.
Yeah, is that what you tell yourself?
I don't know. Like I
Don't tell
appreciate
everyone
it.
else.
I appreciate it because I think they're better than the British.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Sorry,
We
Sammy.
keep
I had to
better
take a
than
shot at
British
that.
too.
Is that
Well, no,
what
you just have to like. Not everyone that got sent there was criminal. I want to put it this way.
No,
not
I know.
everyone that got
Obviously,
sent there
I
was
know.
like really criminals. Sometimes they were just pains in the asses. And
The
pains in
majority
the
were
asses
like
are smart people.
stealing a loaf of bread to feed their kids. I kid you not.
They sent your ancestors to a place where literally everything wants to kill you, even the dirt.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
basically, what the British did is they kept the aristocrats and the royalty, and they got rid of all the peasants that were smart.
Oh,
They
so
were
there
left
won't
with
be
a
any
bunch of aristocrats and
revolutions.
dummies.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the U.S. kind of found a better way to do that, though. The school system.
Well, we got all the people that were, I think maybe a little bit smarter because they were fleeing because they were smart and they could be free.
I won't
They
deny
left
that.
before they had to steal the loaf of bread.
Man, can I just say though, I've been um, watching or well, re-listening to the Dune audiobooks. Such a weird and very interesting story. I cannot wait for them to come out with the next movie, see what they do.
Yeah, the only issue with the Dune series of books is that you have to read up to the third book before the first book makes complete sense.
Yes, yes, that's absolutely true. And
And then
everything
you
else
have like
after
5
that's
more
just
books.
weird, right? And they're like, and it's weird because it's one of those books. I like to think I'm somewhat big brained, but a lot of it didn't really make sense, right? But I refuse to like, watch commentaries or read commentaries and stuff like that on stuff that happened in the story, right? And what it all meant and stuff like that, right? And I don't know. I feel like it took me years to really understand what that series is about. At the end of the day, I'm not going to spoil anything, obviously, but I think whatever philosophies they're trying to kind of get behind, I don't think it's not. It went from being complicated to not complicated. Basically, kind of like in Zen Buddhism, where a student will, starting out, he'll see mountains as mountains, and then when he's intermediate, he'll see mountains as not just mountains, and then when he's a master, mountains are just mountains. That shit is not that complicated. That's what I felt. That's what it is to read that whole series.
I want you to read Book of the New Sun by Gene
Book
Wolfe.
of the New Sun.
Yeah. You can get it in omnibus form, and I think it'll be called Book of the New Sun, or you can get it in the separate trilogy. I would recommend getting it in the separate trilogy because you will have to figure the book out.
Do they have digital versions of it?
I am positive, since it's like considered amongst literary circles to be like the best series of books ever written.
Okay. All right. So why not get the omnibus?
Yeah, it can. It's just I really get the feeling after you read the first third, what would be the first book, you might
Okay.
have to read it a second and third time.
See, I have a book problem where I have a ton of books and I'm not a lot of space, and I've been trying to find libraries who will accept my books because I don't want to throw them out, obviously. But apparently in New York City, there's not like none of these libraries are accepting donated books anymore, which is just bullshit.
There are community libraries like apartment complexes that do.
I haven't seen
Because
any
it's the
here.
same around here.
I'm gonna have to check then.
Yeah, go to like old folks' homes. They accept stuff.
All right. Yeah, I gotta find a digital version. Oh, it's on Kindle. All right, cool. Yeah, thanks for the recommendation.
You're welcome.
Yeah, if it's on Kindle or even maybe they have audiobooks. Who knows? But yeah, I'm trying to get rid of books now, man.
Okay, hold on. If you're trying to get rid of books, I'll give you my address. You can send them to me.
Dude, I don't think you have any idea how many books I would be sending to you and how much it would cost me.
Yeah, send him
Fair enough.
$500 for shipping.
Right?
Wow.
Take a bus up there. It's not that far.
Oh yeah, it is New York. But you could just drive them here. I mean, it'd still be expensive gas wise.
Give me free books and drive them to me, please.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey, I can't drive myself. Okay. I would if I could, but I would. Wait. I would if I could. Never mind. By the way,
But I
Richard.
can't, so I won't.
Exactly. But I will. By the way,
Right.
Richard, I would like to thank you for hosting this wonderful, wonderful stream. We have Hillary's. Always nice to see you. The lovely Serb, Halcyonic. Odin, obviously Batman, and Sammy, who I haven't seen in forever, but I know he's busy and he's looking through a window. Which why are you
Completely
looking?
selfish, I assure you.
Well, joking aside, thank you for hosting this, because it was either this or hanging out with Wildheart, and we all know how that goes.
See here. But yeah, even like comics, I've not been reading comics recently, which I absolutely love to do.
I've never really read comics.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
kinda
I've
surprised.
read a few, but it's been. I was younger, and I don't know. I just never really got into comics.
Fair enough.
I have a small collection.
Really? Do share.
It's from like years ago. Yeah.
I have so many comics I have so many Archie Sonic comics. Like I still have them in my mom's house, but I collected a lot of them. Like they was definitely a good series that that I collected. I don't know. It's gone now because of Ken Penders, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't have any physical comics anymore. I donated them years ago, so I only did digital the digital comics, which was really neat because I read the Green Lantern, every single Green Lantern comic from the very first one up to I think it was 2017 or 2018. Like every one of them. Some of them I had to, hunt down scans of them because there weren't any digital versions of them as yet. Like any legal ones, anyways.
Yeah, I have I have mostly like Vertigo titles,
Ooh.
and but my physical copies of like let's say like all the Sandman, or they're pretty thrashed. So I found them for free on a place that gave them to me as I forget what kind of files they were, but they're like the native comic book typical file that you like get
Mhm.
from digital comics. I forget what this format is, but
CBR.
yeah. And then I used some kind of converter service to convert them to PDFs.
PDF. Hmm.
Yeah, so I have all of the Sandman, whatchamacallits, the graphic novels
Nice,
in
nice.
PDF form. Have you ever read them?
Oh man, you have no idea how much I love
Okay.
Sandman.
Nice. Yeah, they were a favorite of mine for a long time. And I did like all the offshoot ones, like Books of Magic and the Death, comics, and then
Yep.
some of the offshoot ones from there too, like Orchid and all the stuff that was involved with the Children's Crusade and all that stuff. That's a good comment.
Yeah, and it's crazy because I like how weird and strange they are, but they're just really nice stories a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Are you still working out, Batman?
No,
Well, that's
I
me
slowed
breathing
down.
hard now. You don't want to ask. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I bet you'd like that.
No, I'm just teasing.
But no, I have my work schedule has changed drastically, so I'm not able to ride my bike when I get home from work because it's dark by then. So I opted to buy a stationary bike. So whenever I do get home, I will be able to use that and get a workout.
Nice.
I'm just happy you're not running.
Dude, my knees will be destroyed at this point if I start to run. I can
Is
feel like
walking
cracks.
possible, or does that still hurt too?
Nah, it's not that it walking is fine, but running is another story, and it's dark out for the most part when I get home.
The mechanics of running is different than walking.
Right.
A human being can walk all day long, every day for his whole entire life.
Oh yeah, I mean we used to. We used to walk a lot more than we do now. But
Running's a
in
different story.
human history, but anyway, yeah, like running. I mean, this is gonna sound so terrible, but like when I had the last time I ran, like I struggled because I had asthma, and so like my legs would not be tired, right? But I'd be out of breath and I couldn't breathe. Like I'd get to the point where I was like wheezing and I was like really tight and I couldn't breathe and stuff, and I'd have to stop. And that like stopped me from running like almost my entire life. It's like stress induced asthma. I got it as a kid, and then it never really stopped being that way.
Yeah, that's
Smoking weed doesn't
annoying.
help it.
No, right now I have what they call jumper's knee,
Mm.
so I have to be very careful now about how many stress I put on it because I don't want to make it worse. Ironically, I have to work it out in order to address the issue. I
Mhm.
just can't
You
go
can't
too
overdo it.
crazy. Yeah. All the
Yeah.
basketball played is catching up.
5 years ago, I slipped. There was this sidewalk that I was walking along, and I was wearing these sandals that had like zero traction on the bottom. And one foot slid really fast, like out in front of me. And like, in order to avoid completely just like doing the splits, right? Like, I turned my body and like made my knee hit the ground first, which was not a good option. But I ended up having a bruised bone, which doesn't sound that bad, but it fucking hurts. And then also a torn meniscus.
Oof.
That wasn't major, but it was enough for me to be having to be like I was off my feet almost entirely for like, I don't know, 2 months. Like I would just get up to go to the bathroom and get food and stuff, but that was it, right? And then like it took 3 more months to heal after that. And then I re-injured it by doing like the stupidest thing. Like meaning like it was stupid that it happened, but it wasn't like I was foolish, right? I was just standing at the refrigerator and I turned my body without picking up my feet. I just turned my upper body to like answer my husband because he asked me a question. And just my turning my torso twisted my knee just enough for something to happen. And like I felt this weird shift and this instability, like all of a sudden this little moment in my knee that felt like funny. And I was like, oh my God, and I kind of twisted back around and my knee was hurt like again for like another 2.5 months.
Yeah, that
It was
sucks.
swollen. It was fucked up. I couldn't walk. I had to wear the brace every day again, so yeah, it set me back a lot. So anyway.
I would bet that I have the top 3 stupidest / funny falls in this room. Not just the top one. The top three.
What are they? What are they?
The first one, a little mundane. It's high school. We were doing drills for wrestling, and I was running as hard as I could. Probably as fast as I have ever run my whole entire life. And I went to make a really sharp turn. So my hand came down and touched the ground to keep me from falling over the whole entire way. And I had got my legs scrunched up underneath me because I had to do such a sharp turn. And I, no joke, stepped on my hand and tripped. Make myself tumble over.
That must have been funny from the outside watching you.
I don't know if anyone realized what happened at the time other than me.
Yeah.
That's really funny, dude.
Yeah.
I would be laughing if I saw that. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah. The second one is when in senior year I would go out with a bunch of people and we would go to this bridge, this train bridge that was abandoned. But there was a roadway underneath of it, and we would get our climbing gear because we were all rock climbers. And we would hang far off the edge, down far enough that no one else could spray over top of what we were spraying. And we put a bunch of Star Trek symbols, like the Federation symbol and stuff.
Yeah.
On the way up there, complete
Such a
pitch
nerd.
black. Right,
Yep.
complete pitch black. No, there's no city lights. We're out a little ways. There's no moon. Can't see a thing. I'm like, hey, I gotta take a leak. So I step off to the side, right? I don't know why I'm stepping off to the side. No one can see anything. But I just take a step off, and I, no joke, step. And it turns out black ground looks exactly like black space. And I just walked right off this bridge. I didn't fall all the way down because I caught, there was this foam pole or wooden pole. I caught it right underneath my armpit, which hurt a lot. But the funny part is I said to myself on the way down, you fool, you killed us both.
Oh my god.
You were talking to
You are
yourself.
bizarre as fuck, sir. The more I
And-
about you, the more I'm like, wow, this guy's a fucking weirdo.
I love the fact that even when you're being a delinquent, you're still being a nerd.
Yeah.
Right?
But the next one, the final one, the one I think is the funniest. My third year of college, I'm in a geology class, and at the end of the year, after regular classes, we have this project where we go out into the Rockies, and we have to survey a bunch of stuff. So we're all rock climbers. We're climbing around, surveying a bunch of things, measuring stuff. And if you're in a group of rock climbers and you're all right above each other, one on top of each other going up, if you pull a rock loose or you pull a tree, a limb, a branch comes off when you pull on it, you yell out what it is, right? You don't say there's something falling. You just yell rock, so people know there's a rock coming. I am second. There's the head of the class is above me. I slip out of my position and I start to fall. When you're falling, you're not thinking, all the other climbers that are tied to me that are pinned in are going to save me. I'm just I'm going to die. But I don't think about dying. The only thing that comes out of my mouth is I scream me.
There's me coming down the pipe.
What the fuck?
That's hilarious.
You killed us both. Me. If you combine what he says from all the three falls, I don't know. That's funny.
What happened to the people that were tied to you?
They're fine. Because we all had 3 points of contact into the rock,
Okay.
plus whatever we were holding on to. And there was 10 people behind me, so I wasn't going to fall all the way.
So some of them just got a little tug. And that's
Yeah.
it. All right. Me.
Yeah, you would have
It
thought
was
I
pretty
was screamed
funny.
out, "Grab me!" or "I'm going to die!" or anything. But I screamed,
Someone's
literally, "Get
responsible.
out of my way! I'm coming down."
Not to
Insert
bring up
little
the logical
tug joke.
problem of the Trinity, but just when you said you've killed us both, who said that and who were they talking to?
He's the one who said you killed us
Yeah, he
both.
said it to me. I have conversations with myself. Like I don't get bored because when there's nothing to do, I just sit and talk to myself about problems and stories and stuff.
Maybe I should start doing that, rather than worrying about how insane
I would love to
I
see a
seem.
transcript of those conversations.
Right? Don't
I
worry.
think I
I'm
talked
pretty
over
sure.
Sammy.
I'm pretty. Sammy was saying something.
Oh no, it wasn't important. I forgot anyway.
You still forget things right away.
Oh yeah.
I wonder
Oh,
why.
I have to constantly be sitting there ready to write down something that I've thought of that I can't like talk about right away because whatever, but because otherwise it will go, like guaranteed. Like even if I try to hang on to it, it's like it disappears in my hand. Seriously, it's kind of nuts.
I don't know.
Yep.
I think for me, a lot of it is dependent on what I'm focused on. I don't know. Like for example, when I talk to you guys, I'm typically gaming or I'm doing some kind of work on my computer because I don't want to listen too intently because I feel like I'm going to be completely absorbed and that doesn't necessarily make the conversation fun. So I just try to just chill and not try to remember everything. I mean, I'm tired now, and I have a headache, so that doesn't really help.
You're too stoic.
No, I'm just stubborn.
Is there a difference?
Hell yeah.
I'm guilty of constantly not multitasking.
Yeah, me too.
Not just doing two things at once. I'm doing like 5 or 6 things at once, you know. I've got a movie playing behind me. I've got music playing on one little window. I've got a hangout playing in another window. I'm browsing in another window.
You're playing a video game in another window.
ADHD, it's a hell of a drug.
But then I have to keep reminding, like, that's why I have to keep certain things open because if I close them down, I'll forget about them for hours, days, or weeks, or I'll never remember about them again. So I have to, like, you know, keep stuff open until it's done with whatever I'm doing with it, and then it can be closed.
Let's see here.
Well, I guess your computer doesn't get updates every 2 or 3 days, does it? Because mine does, and it shuts off everything.
You're on Windows, right?
Yeah, Windows 10.
I'm on a Mac.
You can set it
Oh,
to
Macs suck.
No way, man.
you can set it to only update during outside of busy hours.
I've been using Mac since 2007, and it was reluctantly because I had been a PC person all the way up until that point. Built my own computers, done all all that stuff.
Macs are too expensive, and they can't really be upgraded. You need to buy a whole new system. Okay, fine.
Hold on. So you're partially right on the upgrades thing, but I'll tell you more about that later. But
Macinstein.
Yeah, exactly. Or like a Hackintosh. Hackintosh.
Okay, well, okay. There's workarounds, sure,
using
but
PC parts and loading Mac software on them and stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I wasn't too sure about it at first, but like after using Macs, Mac computers, Mac laptops, iPhone, iPads, pretty much all Apple all the time. And believe me, I'm no brand whore, right? But my husband kind of is, and I just automatically get all of his hand-me-downs. And it's stupid how much technology we have in our house. I have there's not even kidding you, like 6 or 7 laptops here. All of them have 1 or 2 things wrong with them that need fixing. But other than that, they're a little too old to run everything from the internet and stuff, and whatnot. But they'd be good for other things. But I've got 5 iPads. They're all just, original one and 2nd gen, 3rd gen, 4th gen, it's just, and he buys every single version except for the latest ones. But so I get all the hand-me-downs. But So I haven't bought anything PC in a while. Now I had to use a PC phone recently to try and fix my friend's phone, and it was ridiculous. Oh my God, it was so non-intuitive. And then I had this laptop that I had to use as a backup for my work, and talk about just so non-intuitive, so clumsy, and so clunkety as far as like, you got a new thing that you have to use on your system. Well, it's not going to just work. You have to go to their website, get the right driver, install it, restart the computer, and then it might work. With Macs,
Okay.
you get something new, it works like
Yeah,
immediately.
because you're working with a fully optimized ecosystem. So the reason why you don't have a ton of um, the reason why Macs aren't the way how PCs are is
Mhm.
because Macs are focused on optimization. It's the reason why, for example, a Photoshop works at least 10 to 15% faster on a Mac because it's just super optimized for specific hardware. If you were to build a Hackintosh
Right.
and you no longer have that optimization, what you'll find is that the apps won't run as fast on different
Right.
hardware that isn't like curated.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's probably user groups out there that like, maybe have like setups that are the best it can be. You know what I mean? Like the best
I'm one of them.
components for the job. Well, you're one of them. Okay, that's
Well,
cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
my opinion, because I've always used Android in my personal life, but in my business, I've always used Apple. And I have to say, from a business standpoint, Mac's the way to go because ease of use, like usability and user friendliness, compared to Windows is second to none. But using both, I've found that it's like comparing apples and oranges. They're not really comparable because they're focused in such different directions. Like you're saying, Apple's optimized for certain hardware, and if that's what you're utilizing it for, then it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I found it's
Or
quick, it's easy. If I get a new Mac, I bring it in, I sign into it, and instantly it's linked up to everything else. If it's sitting next to another Mac, you can just drag your mouse from one Mac to the other seamlessly. Like, they
Oh
just
yeah.
become one big monitor and stuff without you even needing to do anything.
Microsoft actually kind of tried doing that with the with like this weird
Samsung does
table
it.
they had. Like I don't know if you remember seeing there was a commercial of about this weird table they had where you could put your phone on it or like something else,
Yes,
drag
I've
it.
been waiting for that.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. Yeah, Samsung does that. If you have two Samsung machines, and let's say even a smartphone, you can drag your mouse from your smartphone screen all the way over to like your computer, your third computer on the left or something like that. When you copy and paste on one machine, you can do it on all machines, like sharing pictures, photos, notifications. It's basically an ecosystem.
Hmm.
Most people don't really know about it. Um, you have to just kind of be a Samsung fanboy to know about stuff like that. I just know about it because um, they've been making really good um, business-based laptops or ultrabooks, and I've been recommending my clients get those because they just work really well. Outside of like Lenovo is really good as
oh,
well.
Dean has clients.
Yeah, I still fix people's shit, man, and set them set up their machines and stuff like that they need for their business. I work with realtors too, and if a lot of them are like, some of them are new, or they do some stupid shit and they, I don't know, leave their laptop at an airport or something like that, and they need to get a new Yeah. So a lot of those features are coming over, and I will say, let me just say this, a lot of people tend to buy cheap, shitty Windows computers, and they'll complain when cheap, shitty Windows computers don't run well, right? Or they just
I feel
install a
called
bunch of
out.
viruses, right? But when you purchase a high performing PC, what you realize is that you actually get more performance out of your PC versus a Mac at the same price.
That
Like,
depends on what you're doing with it, right?
I mean, so take for example, right? So I
For
I
like
work with
gaming
Photoshop.
PC is definitely better,
I
for
mean,
instance,
yeah,
for
but like
example.
I don't like, I game on my PC, but I didn't build it specifically for gaming. I really built it for work. Like
Mhm.
I do a lot of um I use a lot of Photoshop, Illustrator, a little bit of CAD and stuff like that, right? And some interior designing software. And sometimes the walls, when I make designs, I have to make designs for, like, let's say a 80 by 20 foot, wall or something like that, and it
Mhm.
has to look nice and sharp. If I'm working on, if I'm putting something like that together on a Mac, it's not going to run well, because to do something up that scale with really with a lot of with high resolution,
Mhm.
you require a powerful discrete GPU, which is what I have, RTX 3090. It's kind of old, but it's still powerful as hell, and it has like 24 gigs of video memory, which is insane.
Damn. Dude, no joke. Mine only has 3. God damn.
I'll sell you
Dealing with
some.
Mac Studio, are you familiar with that line?
They're pretty good.
Yeah, we got one a couple of, well, I guess when it just came out. What was that, like 2 years ago, a year ago? I don't remember, but yeah, he was gonna get the mini, the newer mini that came out like a year and a half ago, and decided to go for the Studio instead. And then I ended up using it like way more than he did. So he's just like, yeah, I guess this is your computer now.
I mean, their new M series chips are actually really good.
Yeah, I think that's what this one has. It's got M, what is it? Is it M1 or M2?
Yeah, those M chips are like really, really good, and not just like good when it comes to benchmarking, like they're actually good when it comes to production.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking for like, oh, maybe it's under here, system settings.
A quick bathroom break. I'll be back.
There's a really good analogy to compare all these different types of setups, right? And I think it's home repair, right? Apple, or for the people that call the repairman, right? A regular like PC, like Windows, are for the people that kind of know how to fix most things, or they know enough to open up a how-to and do it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And Linux are for the repairman.
Yeah.
They are the guys that fiddle with their computer every day because they have to fiddle with it every day to make it work. And then there's the weirdos that are just like, you know what? I only watch YouTube videos, send email, and word processing. I'm just going to get a tablet with a keyboard docking station.
Yeah, like some
And
no-name
they use
tablet.
Android.
Yeah, or something. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of like, I mean, I've built PCs and I enjoy that whole, thing of knowing all the internal parts and understanding all that stuff. And I liked that for a long time. And then, when it came to, I got an iMac, which, the computer itself is kind of built into the monitor. And it's just like this monitor and a keyboard. That was my first one. And it was just really nice to not have to worry about, okay, well, for the most part, there's nothing to worry about for viruses as long as you're like smart about your browsing and stuff. Like, there's no need for dealing with any like virus protection or anything like that. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah, and now Mac, Windows, and Linux all, and different versions of Linux all come with their own antivirus anyway. Not like it used to be.
Right. Yeah, I didn't know that Windows did that now. That's good.
Yeah, Windows Defender.
Mm-hmm.
I've had it for. I think they had it in. Did they have it in Windows 7? I don't think they had it. I think it was Windows 8.1 is when they first got it.
I mean, for the most part, like I don't use my computer for that much specialty stuff. Like I use it for music. That's about the most special thing it gets used for. Otherwise, it's basically just an internet access point. And I do video editing on it. I guess that counts. Do a little document work, but that's it. Not much.
Well, you probably need more than Android. So.
Yeah, I mean, this one, the Studio, it comes with a decent amount of 32 gigs of memory. We have like 3 or 4 hard drives. Each one is like a couple of terabytes each. So we got plenty of storage, got plenty of memory. I don't know how it divides up the video memory versus other.
But does it have a video card?
I don't think it really needs one. I don't think any of these Macs have a separate video, a way to put a separate video card in.
I'm back.
Well, most Macs don't have like a slot where a video card's sloted into, but the board will have a video card.
Oh, okay. Like, will it be
Yeah,
like a?
Yeah, it's designed in by Apple.
And then, like an internal video card, like it's built into the motherboard.
I wonder how that is, how it compares to.
The most recent Macs, they use APUs instead of CPUs.
Yeah, I figured. That sounds like an Apple thing to do.
Yeah.
Well, what's the difference between an APU and a CPU?
They're constructed slightly different so they can handle both workloads of GPU and CPU without really losing a lot of performance.
Nice.
For video memory, the APUs can use your RAM as video memory.
Cool. Nice.
And this is essentially what all the $500 to $800 range PCs are going to be in like the next 10 years. Over the next 10 years.
True.
Yeah. I'm kind of shocked that so many motherboards nowadays only have like 1 or 2 like high-end PCI ports.
Yeah, dude. PCI ports, the transfer speeds are like
They're getting up there.
They're like what, almost 6.0 now. You know how much data transfer speeds? How much data I can transfer? It's insane.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for the transfer speeds to be closer to RAM, so we can end up with like secondary RAM.
So what if I were to tell you that's already the case?
I don't count Octane. That doesn't count.
No,
Okay.
No. There are RAM, well, not RAM, but hard drives that can give you up to, and this is without being in any form of like RAID, that can go up to like 7 or 8 gigabytes per second. And if you put it in, I don't remember what RAID config you can put it in, but if you put it in the PCIe slot on one of those cards, um, you can get even higher speeds. But you need a semi server level motherboard to be able to support that, kind of like those Threadripper motherboards that
Yeah.
give you a lot of lanes, PCIe lanes. Yeah. So it's already there.
I was like, well, how fast? Because my M.2 card is like 7 gigabytes speed.
Yeah, they have them higher than that. They're expensive as hell, though. I don't even. You're not even gonna be able to really tell the difference. Just even when you game, like you're not gonna really be able to tell the difference all that much. The only time the differences matter is whenever you're doing like whenever you're transferring like an insane amount of data, or you're running a program that um um that does compression, um, and a few other things. But for everyday use, even gaming, it's overkill.
Oh yeah, I don't even notice a difference between my M.2 and H hard drive that
Yeah.
much when in game. Loading's way faster, but
Yes.
loading doesn't bother me that much.
Yeah. There is a difference for some games. Like I play Baldur's Gate, and originally I installed it on one of the mechanical hard drives that I have, um, and it ran like shit, and it took forever to load, and then I switched it over to one of my M.2 NVMe drives, right? And it just everything was like pretty instant and buttery. So it matters for some games, not most games. Like when I loaded up Need for Speed, there really isn't a crazy amount of difference.
Man, I have like every generation of major storage attached to my computer.
Yeah, I feel you. I lost a floppy disk the other day. I don't remember where I put it.
Yeah. I've had one floppy drive my whole life. It's been in every computer I've ever owned. The thing won't break. I almost never use it for anything, but it just won't break.
Floppy drives were pretty cool. I'm not even gonna lie.
I have a zip drive too.
Lies. Really?
Yeah.
Ah, that's pretty
It's
cool.
it's attached it's attached externally now, but still got that.
Oh, okay. Because I imagine that you're probably gonna have to get uh, a couple adapters to get that to work.
No, they well, one adapter. They have a sort of like getting an external hard drive. It's just a
Hmm.
USB, adapts to USB, and then you plug the USB in.
Did you have to do any kind of like formatting for like because I don't know if a modern motherboard would even be able to properly support that.
Oh no, it just reads it like a thumb disk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. It's kind of like some kind of software emulation probably going on. I
Yeah, it
don't know.
might be. There's a board inside the dock, so
Oh,
it's doing
that makes
something.
sense. Yeah.
I also have a tape drive.
Fucking tape drive.
But that's not in my computer. That's just in the house.
Yeah, I've never actually owned a tape drive.
Oh, they're awesome. If you just never want to delete anything.
Let's see here. Yeah, I'm trying to see what's like the fastest speeds they have now for these M.2 drives. M.2 NVMe. PCIe 5.0. Okay. Okay, so 7,000 for the typical stuff. But where's like the top end shit? See, what I don't like with a lot of these these PC part review websites is that they don't really review a lot of the commercial stuff anymore for whatever reason. Yeah, it's gonna probably take me a while to find. Anyways, yeah, I have not been gaming as much as I need to. I've just been trying to do more healthy shit.
That's what you need to.
I
Oh,
mean, huh?
you'll like this. The stereo that I have in my garage is my very first CD-ROM attached to a power supply and speakers. And
That's crazy.
it's attached to speakers because it came with a headphone plug-in in the front.
That
I
is
do
awesome.
still have a cassette Walkman.
I got one of those.
I don't think it works anymore though.
You can get a. There's one company that made redid it as an MP3 player, but they went like $4,000 for it.
Sony has something like that, and
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Sennheiser, I think. It's either Sony, Sennheiser, or another company. I do know Sony still make Walkmans, and dude, the audio from those things are amazing. You know what? I'm going to, even though they're super expensive, those what do you call them? Audio dock earphones or whatever. It's what the professionals use. Um, I think I'm gonna get one of those
Oh
when
no,
I have a
don't do
ton
it.
of.
Just don't do it. It's not worth it.
I know they're not
Yeah.
comfortable.
You're paying double for like 3% better audio quality.
I know, but okay, I'm by no means an
Yeah.
audiophile, but just you can tell the difference a lot of the times.
You can tell the difference between a lot of regular brands. I
Yes.
can't. But those type of super high-end headphones, most music doesn't even come in a format where you can use them.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just not worth it. Unless maybe you're making your own music and you're making like master copies or something.
Yeah, it's funny because how I got to hear, as my buddy called it, real music is that he has a whole setup. So that he spent thousands on. Yeah, it made my my Sony XM3s, I think, at the time I was using those noise canceling ones. It made those sound like garbage. I mean, the more recent versions sound way better now, but it was pretty good. And speaking of being pretty good, so I now own a OLED TV, and like my first time seeing like deep blacks, like the first thing came to my mind is that I will never go back to a regular LED TV, like ever.
I don't know. When I saw those, I was like, okay, that idea of it's cool. But then someone showed me it wasn't Vanta Black. It was like it was like the next thing after that. And I was like, this is creepy.
You're right.
I don't like creepy.
Dude, so here's the really cool thing, right? So the Sony TVs had a feature that is supposed to give you like a more direct cinematic experience. So whatever the director puts out there is exactly what you're going to get. Mainly because a lot of the software they use to stitch everything together is from Sony anyways, right? So Sony kind of has the upper hand, and so they were kind of kicking everyone's asses when it comes to that. Now, luckily, the TV I have has their version of that, and the cinematic experience is amazing. And it doesn't
I'll
have
wait
that
till
weird.
someone else I know buys one.
Yeah, it doesn't have that weird eye strain shit either, which is really cool. So I'm not, straining my eyes whenever I'm watching movies or whatever.
And to be honest with you, like half the time I'm watching a movie, I'm actually staring at the woman. So
You say you're staring at your woman?
yeah.
Fair enough. If she's
I
that hot.
mean, yeah, exactly. What else would you stare at?
Not the TV.
Yeah. I could just imagine you and her watching, you're like sitting down watching TV, but you're looking at her and she's like, "Why are you looking at me?" Because I love you. It's like, oh,
Well,
Well, she's very expressive, so I actually find it entertaining too.
yeah, it is funny watching that sometimes. People would like scream and they'll
oh,
like
I
yell at a
need that.
character.
I need
Yeah.
that.
Like if I watched a movie and we recorded me watching the movie and then we switched and we recorded her watching the movie and you watch them like side by side, you would think I was a psychopath.
Right?
Are you?
No.
You got tested for that?
No, I've had a real life. So when a guy gets his head chopped off, I'm like, yeah, that's how that works.
Fair enough.
It is pretty funny to see, though. I'm not gonna lie. It was very funny to see.
She has like her legs tucked up underneath of her. She's up on the couch and she's peeking through one of her like between her fingers.
Damn, that sounds
I
adorable.
I'm one of those people you cannot watch movies with because all I can do is pick out the mistakes and the discontinuity, things that physics wouldn't let that work, or like I just
Okay,
can't.
okay.
Boo.
Suspension of
Boo.
disbelief. Come on, Sammy. Like at least,
Yeah.
at least wait until after the fact, until after, after
He
the
watched
movie's
Percy
over.
Jackson. It was like gods aren't real.
I bet you every time we watch a Star Trek, you can't help but be like, okay, that would never work, that would never work, that would never work, and the characters can't get a word in edgewise.
Yeah.
All right, laters.
Bye. Wait, you're
See
leaving
ya,
too?
Dean.
No, I was telling
Oh.
Halsey later.
Oh, see ya, Halsey.
I think I mentioned this in other hangouts. I've been reading Conan to my kids.
Yes, you
And,
have.
Well, I think I mentioned also before that some of those Conan stories, like the original stories, Conan's kind of rapey.
Yeah, you also said that.
Mhm.
But I want to say this: as far as getting a Conan movie goes, like the Arnold Schwarzenegger movies are fine, right? But we didn't get what we deserved. Those stories are way better.
The one with Jason Momoa was like bad.
I haven't seen any of the new ones. I've only seen the Arnold Schwarzenegger ones.
Yeah, I haven't seen the new ones either.
Yeah, you're not missing out on anything.
But even though the old ones were decent, they were nothing compared to the stories.
Yeah, and which actually, when you say that's kind of a shame because Jason Momoa would make like a perfect Conan.
No, he was pretty good. The story was just complete and utter garbage. Like, so it's one of those situations where a character looks really good in the movie, right? Like they fit whatever you would imagine that character to be in real life, but the movie is garbage. That's basically what it was. Like,
Right?
there's not a lot of movies where I'll be like, don't watch that. That's one of those movies where I'll be like, don't watch that.
Because
Literally.
Jason Momoa has the tan skin. The only thing Jason Momoa is missing is blue eyes.
Yeah.
Other than that, he's literally like how Conan's described.
Yeah, guy's a walking pussy magnet to on top of it.
Yeah, I mean that's Conan.
Truly, truly, truly a man to emulate, except the rapey parts, of course.
Yeah, I mean, there's the rapey parts in the Conan stories, but there's lots of other things in the Conan stories that you also shouldn't do.
Mhm.
You got to remember, Conan is barbarian.
Well,
Mhm.
true.
Conan do barbarian things.
Well, which barbarian things does he do besides the YouTube censors?
I
Wait,
mean,
am I wrong?
he just outright he just kills people that annoys him.
Well,
Like,
Like barbarian.
And destroyer, he destroys.
well, it's a
Yeah.
good it's a good thing we don't allow we don't allow people to kill others because they find them annoying. Otherwise, everybody would be dead.
I have
He's
my 10,000th email literally just popped in. That's awesome.
Nice.
Send him a gift card.
Speaking of feel-good stories, I seen a story last night. A Mormon mother left the church because the church had shunned her son who had left, and she left quoting or saying, "If there's a hell, at least we'll all go there together." And that was, I
Shit.
thought that was very touching.
Yes.
Oh, and I don't want to be part of a group that would want me separated from my child.
Yeah, it's that doctrine bullshit.
Yep.
Doctrine against what is right, what is just.
I mean, I'm still in shock that Skylar Fiction's a Christian.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. I can pull that
No,
up.
Yeah, processing
no.
that. Yes. He was on this morning's phrase. Well,
What is it?
yes,
April
yesterday.
1st or something? Is this like
No,
a
it's
late
not April
April
1st.
Fool's?
Becco actually said the same thing. You know, you're a month late for April Fool's, right, Skylar?
What the fuck?
Yeah, well, you're next.
Damn, Sammy. He's like, you're next.
Someone's got a lot of work to do then, I'll tell you. I've actually sat and thought about if by some bizarre turn of events I did end up a Christian or believing again, what type of Christian would I be? It definitely wouldn't be your typical fundamental type.
Yeah, hopefully the good kind.
Be a universalist, probably.
Yeah, most likely. But see, even that is so far removed from
It
my
is kind of
thinking at this point
wooey.
that yeah, I'm such a realist at the moment. Like,
What? Nuh-uh. You've been living in a matrix.
Well, if you're a realist, just remember, at the most basic level of reality, there is no cause and effect.
yeah, there is
Oh.
no spoon.
Okay, sir. Who did you troll this time?
I don't think he's trolling, and even if he is, he's telling the truth.
I was
But
trolling.
the funny thing is, I'm okay with everything being based on
Don't say
something.
random. Wait a
Yeah,
chance.
it's something that we don't grasp yet.
I think souls are something we haven't grasped yet. I think we'll eventually figure that out.
And Batman, with just a couple exceptions, my trolling is becoming more and more meta, like every year.
I don't know how I feel about that, sir. I did really enjoy the Lucifer personality for quite some time in certain rooms.
I still
It
do it on
certainly
Discord.
managed. It certainly managed to convince. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just.
Well, no, they certainly managed to convince some people. Like, well, no, I should say some. A lot of people back when he was doing it. I mean, I honestly wish I was around for that phase, but I wasn't.
Same.
I came in like late, like in the middle of 2017.
Yeah, too late for that.
Yeah, as someone else who missed it, that has gone back and watched some of it. I would definitely welcome a visit from Lucifer.
Right.
I have to go through my big old notebook of Lucifer.
And
Those
how
videos of like all those Christians
I
absolutely wigging out.
I still
That was
laugh.
great.
I still laugh at the at this one person I talked to once, like Cannibal Fresh.
Fresh.
Come on, sir. You remember Cannibal Fresh?
Yes, I remember. I think people in this room know who Cannibal Fresh is.
Alright, let's see.
Yeah. Well, the point I'm trying to make is that before, I talked to this person before I knew who it was, and I was like, you got me. Because I remember asking questions and him, them answering, and it's what the fuck. I still can't help but laugh at that.
Yeah, I was okay with making people question their religious beliefs, but I was really not okay with making people start to think cannibalism's okay.
I just found it funny. Like, I found it interesting. Oh, an actual cannibal. This is interesting. Then come to find out, it's just a character.
Plus, also, I'm not gay, and the cannibal character was an effeminate man.
Fair
And
enough.
There
I didn't
are
know that
a
at the time,
surprising
so-
number of weirdos on the internet. If you
Well,
didn't know
yeah,
that.
of course, yes. I've met a few.
I don't mean gay. There's plenty of gay people, but there are like weirdos. They're like
No, I know.
gay-ish.
I've met a few, and you know some of them. Well, you know of them.
It was that whole thing that made me think that there are some not insignificant portion of gay men that are actually straight. They just have a fetish for penis.
or prison gay, like you think I am.
Nah, like, I'll try and keep it family friendly, but I know what you mean, Seb. I've had a dude who genuinely wanted me to cut his off. And to see, like, is he just role playing or something? I'm asking questions like, you realize you'd bleed to death, right? He's like, well, just the tip then.
Oh, god damn! Now mine hurts.
Like,
Thanks, Sammy.
so,
Well,
Right.
on the upside, if
But-
it was just a tip, you could tourniquet the rest of it.
Oh, god damn it!
uh, and I'm like messaging friends going, should I be ringing the authorities? Like, this dude's genuinely trying to get someone to kill him, basically. If he cuts his dick
Well, I
off, he's
mean,
gonna bleed out.
I
Like,
mean, if it wasn't you, he was gonna find someone eventually. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Who knows?
yeah, it scared me.
Believe it or not,
Yeah,
it's
'cause
not the conversation, and you guys are absolutely fine. But my brain is shutting down, which
Yeah,
means
no, I understand.
it's time for me to ask for the last man standing. In other words, last controlling moderator who's here. Go ahead and shut it down when you get sick of it, or I don't mean sick of it. When you get tired and when you have to go ahead and shut down the show. But for me, I have to quit now. I want to thank you all for adding to my experience. I can never repay you. I am deeply indebted. Thank you all so very much.
All right, Richard. Good night.
Good
Bye.
night, guys.
Good night, Richard.
He just took a hit.
It's the good night, Richard.
Okay, who else is animator? Who else is it? Who else has mods besides me and Hillary's? I think Serb also, right?
I don't think I have mods. No, I don't got mods.
Oh,
Give Serb mods.
well, I mean, it's Sammy's room, so I guess he has ultimate
Oh,
mods.
is this my room? No, it can't be, because I couldn't even let myself in.
What?
I mean, I'm pretty sure the only reason I have mods on here is because Richard is using your team.
I must have come in with a different Gmail.
I mean, I could be wrong though. I do remember Richard being part of your team.
Well, I'm sure Serb has mods then on mine.
I have mods in yours. Last I knew,
Yeah.
but I don't have mods in here.
Weird.
See, that's weird. And I don't seem to either, yet it's mine. That's really weird.
You got hijacked by Satan.
By Satan, by Lucifer.
Yep.
So,
So-
Serb, not to get too personal, but I have to ask.
How big it is?
Now, how big it is. Well, I wasn't going to ask that, but if
I
you
mean,
want to answer,
I
I was gonna say, after seeing photos of at least of your body, your wife must be pretty hot too, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, I
apparently
think so.
Richard is back. Hello.
I was on my way out and read what you guys were saying. And did you guys get it straightened out? Who's going to shut down the show?
I mean, most likely Hillary's, considering
No, it's probably going to be midnight because I'm half asleep.
It's gonna be
well,
1
yeah, obviously.
Oh,
But we
Alright.
have
rang
someone
for
that
like
can.
2
Yeah.
rings.
Yeah, we got 2 people that can.
Okay. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Not good.
If you, I mean, I'll show you a picture of her once we're off air, if you're curious. But I think she's hot.
I can confirm.
I don't know, Sammy. Are you one of those looks match people?
Which?
looks match, where people who will like who's of the idea that you should only like date people who are at your looks level, like some kind of weird
Are you
enforceable
shallow?
thing.
That's what he's
I
asking.
wouldn't necessarily say that.
Well, I mean, that's what it
Yes.
sounds like you're asking. So I figured I'd cut off the middleman.
No,
say,
you
I
can
mean,
be shallow and date above your, you know, your looks match,
Fair,
so
I
to
guess.
speak.
Well, without trying to say too much, a large portion of my life, I didn't worry about that. That's what I'll say. But now that I'm older, I'm very, very, very looks oriented.
So basically, at first he used to hump everything that
Yeah.
bats an eye at him, and now they actually have to look good.
Now
little bit.
I have low standards, but standards.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know, dude.
Well, I was weird. I was really weird. I was raised in a cult, man. So imagine trying to be social with absolutely no social skills whatsoever. Like,
I don't know, man.
absolutely
Sammy's
socially
a looker,
retarded.
so
Yeah, but it
that
didn't.
helped you out.
But I was also quite big as a teenager.
That don't matter.
Well, it seemed to.
It's on your head.
I think it was the weirdness more than anything. I
Curiosity.
could meet girls, no problem. But talk to them for more than 5 minutes and they were running a mile.
Oh my god. For me, it's like now I will engage them, most of them after like a 5-minute conversation. I've completely lost interest because they are very typical.
One
I don't
thing
really care how they look a lot of the times. I mean, when I say I don't care, she can be like, I guess like a 4 or a 5 to decent bod, but I don't really. My interest is not kept a lot of the times.
one thing I was bad at the start, but very quickly learned how to do, and nowadays I'm pretty good at it, is the silver tongue.
Oh,
Oh
And pretend.
my.
yep.
One thing that came from the religion, at least one good thing, was this ability to pretend that you're listening and feign interest when you need to.
Just the important details. That's all you need to,
Yeah, exactly.
comment on. Once you can figure out the important details, because it's like a lot of the conversations, like it's to the point where, like in my head, I have templates now.
Yeah.
So
I have
bad.
procedures like you make sure at the start you find out key information like family, favorite foods, favorite places,
Yep.
all that sort of stuff, and you note all that stuff.
I'm
And
feeling
as
stupid
long
right
as you
now.
then keep utilizing that information, you come across so attentive and so. I guess you are in a way,
Yeah. Serb
but it
said
kind
we
of.
made him feel what?
It's too
Yeah.
stupid. I didn't think. I thought most guys just adored their women. Right now that I hear you two are like not ignoring your women, you're doing what I do. And the woman knows that I do it because she asked, "Am I listening?" I go, I've learned to make cliff notes in my head and not pay attention to anything else.
It must be a male brain thing.
Yeah, it because I try to explain to her, it's like, so like for example, there's like this thing you want me to do, right? But you won't just tell me the thing you want me to do. You have to give me the adventure that you've gone on mentally to get to the point to where you thought this might need to be a thing, and then where you thought you might need me to do it. And I only need the last part. I don't need the other 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't need the why and the how.
Yeah.
I just need the what.
Yeah, like there's a leaky faucet upstairs. Right. I don't need to know the epic journey. I just need to know if there's a leaky faucet.
Absolutely. See, so when I start, like, if I find a potential mate to be interesting, right? Like, that's when I start paying attention, right? But then it's like that blessing turns into a curse because the women, a lot of the like really smart women that I'll come across, they're not smart in like a intellectually honest way. Like they use their intelligence to fuck with people or to like use people to, to get like a one up and stuff like that. And so it's like they just, they're like a villain, basically. Like they use their superpowers for evil instead of like just being a good person and just being smart and intelligent.
You need to be a better villain than they are to deal with them. Is what you're basically saying.
Yep. And those, like, especially the ones that scare me the most are the ones who don't talk much and come off as being very reserved. Those type of women terrify me. If a woman who, as far as I'm concerned, anyways, a woman who doesn't talk is a woman to be concerned about.
Wouldn't that apply to men as well?
Huh?
In a sense.
I mean, dudes in general don't like to talk when they're around your chicks.
Oh, true.
When you have to look out for dudes not talking in general to see if they're.
Sir, I'm sorry, but what you just said,
there's an important difference. Being quiet and under 30 is dangerous because young men do talk.
Yeah.
They just talk about different things.
Different things, absolutely.
Yeah. When you get older than 30, all the guys stop talking.
And that's the thing, right? Like, so there, I will never forget this lady. There's this woman I met. She is very beautiful, always well put together, well spoken. She was actually into philosophy and stuff like that. And it took a while for me to kind of get her to kind of start talking about herself, right? Mainly because I just, gotta bust out the silver tongue and throw in a little bit of charisma in there. She was also into the philosophy of culture and shit like that. So she eventually started sharing, right? And she told me about her past, like, dating life or whatever and relationships. And when someone is like straight up telling on themselves without them even knowing? Dude, that's straight up what she did. This bitch was diabolical, right? And like after that whole date, right? Because I sat there, like she was like talking, right? And after that, I just did not go out with her anymore. And eventually, I told her, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. We are not a good match. I don't think you're a match for anyone, really.
Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I'm genuinely curious as to what she said, and I'm willing to end the stream just to find out.
That hurt me on her behalf.
No, dude, it's like she is she was one of the most selfish the people I've ever met. Like she is the embodiment of what it means to be a person that uses other people, right? Like you feign your kindness and your care, for them, right? To make it seem like you do and
But it's
gain their
so
trust and
messed.
just abuse it.
But it's so messed up in a way when you really think about it. Somebody like that is just cursed. They're cursed to never, to never actually connect with another person. They're always cursed to be like wow.
Yeah, but here's the reason. Like, what bothers me the most is her reasons. And she just realized that she's just smarter than than the guys who she dated. And she said the only reason she like opened up with me is because she can actually engage in an intelligent conversation with me and and have witty bouts and you know she can actually learn stuff from me and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, but this is what I'm just saying to myself, like, okay, so you value that, but what about like your character, right? Like you spent all this time developing yourself, your mental gifts, fine, but you forgot about the character part, right? So that was the thing that bothered me the most, was that she
Mm.
just saw the guys who she dated as just being less than her, and so that justifies her in her head, why she kind of used them and I would argue abused them, emotionally speaking. So yeah, that chick was one of the few monsters that I've met. And listen, man, they are all gorgeous. If she is gorgeous and she's intelligent, and when I say intelligent, I don't just mean like um just witty or whatever and can have good conversation. I mean like you can engage her in like a really deep intellectual conversation, kind of like what we would have here, right? Um, and it'll be fulfilling. But they're just shit people, and those are the type of women I used to be very interested in. Like if she's pretty, okay, but if she's pretty and intelligent, bro, that's a whole nother ball game. That does weird things for me. But then I realize, okay, I'm
I
just
get what you mean. I get what you mean. Odin, I get what you mean because somebody who's beautiful and intelligent, like you can't help but look at them and wonder what are they thinking. Like it's the monster behind the mask kind of thing. Like I mean, obviously, like none of us know what the fuck we're thinking. So when you look at someone else, we don't know either. But there are people out there who you look at them like they are beautiful, they captivate you, they're mesmerizing, but you can't help but wonder what like what is going on behind those that dead stare. Like it's the dead stare that gets me. Like they're beautiful. They have a beautiful body. They may be intelligent, as you said, to have a philosophical discussion. But the eyes, they just stare back at you, empty.
yeah. A lot of the
Ugh.
times, it's
Wow.
it's really it's two things that typically give them away for me. It's the body language. I mean, I'm no body language expert, but I've dated and had a lot of fun to kind of notice
No,
certain
no, but you have
things.
experience. You hang around
Yeah,
people. You're like you know this shit, obviously.
yeah. That and kind of my own little mental character building block thing
Yeah.
where that kind of helps me create a profile of these people. And I don't need to ask them direct questions. You can easily pull information from people by just engaging them in a nice little conversation, you know.
Yeah.
And you can pull way more than you think by just having a nice conversation with people. You gonna say something, sir?
Yeah, I was going to say peak question to get all this information. You look her dead in the face and say, "If I killed someone, where would you and how and where would you help me bury the body?"
Right.
Okay. If they stay and answer the question, then you might have an issue. If they walk away and call you a creep,
No, it's a
they're
filter.
normal.
It's a filter, right? Because
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
if they're any kind of smart, they know you're joking,
Yeah.
Okay, fair
and if
enough.
they play along, they like the joke, and then you get to judge exactly how smart they are by their actual answer.
Fair enough. I gotta remember how to use that. Or when to use that, I guess.
I mean, you don't have to use it in that way.
Well,
You
yeah,
just
of
have to
course.
be non-conventional because they've in their heads they've seen it all, right?
Well, yeah, of course.
So like take for example, a lot of these women they like to have a, I guess you can call it a double conversation, where you can be talking about something that's perfectly innocent on the surface, but you know there's like a lot of sexuality under it, for example, right? Or puns and stuff like that. Um, you know, like they enjoy stuff like that, or you can just do surprising shit, right? And just throw them off balance. You're like, I never really thought about it that way.
Yeah, like if we were going at it and then I invited your sister to join, does that count as incest?
Right.
Jesus Christ.
No, don't use that.
But yep, those are the ones that I do my best to avoid.
I do gotta ask you guys something. Is it better to find a woman that doesn't give you shit test or a woman that does?
They all give shit tests.
Fair enough.
If she doesn't, she's probably on the spectrum and not in the functional way.
Yeah. So like all the stereotypical annoying things women do. You don't actually want women that do none of them. You just want women that do a minimum amount of those.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Because when they stop doing those, that means they're not like woman crazy. That means they're actually crazy.
They're actually crazy.
I once heard somebody say that the reason why women give men shit tests is because they care. If they didn't care, they'd stop doing it.
No, it's kind of like, to me at least, it's kind of like a child that like they're pushing their limits to see how much they can get away with.
Well, yeah, of course.
Like for one, you have to realize that it's a shit test, right? If you're clever enough to realize that and or even like point it out and then counter it, um, that will work out in your favor in a lot of ways. Some women, at least to me, a lot of them. There's a few of them who would actually like feel offended if you pointed that out to them for whatever reason, or they're like trying to guilt trip you or some weird shit like that. But for the most part, they'll be impressed if you kind of, you know, let them know that okay, you're kind of onto the bullshit and you're not gonna get away with it. Or you can not say anything and just act based on the knowledge that you have, right? Like if you know he's trying to goad you into an argument about some stupid shit, right? And this is just this one thing that she just likes to argue about for whatever reason. You can nip that in the butt like early on when she gives you the shit test for it.
There are a few channels run by women that that actually go through these things, right? They watch videos about women giving their men shit tests and they're like, women don't do this. Men don't like it when you do this. Men, if you see a woman that does this, run away. Like I really love this type of channel. These type of channels. One that the one that I really like is Emily W. King. Like she does really good stuff. Like, are you a man? Because she understands men and women. God damn, I love that
The
channel.
most important lesson you need to learn as a man, Midnight, is that you should never, ever, 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 ever take dating advice from women. However, however, you should listen to them.
Okay, I should listen to them, but not take it.
Yeah,
No, don't
remember
take
what they
advice.
say. Just don't
Yeah.
follow it.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah.
Fair enough.
They are self-reporting, sometimes in code.
Yes.
But
Okay,
kind
okay.
It's
Why?
like I told you about that chick earlier. Like she told on herself,
Yeah,
right?
but I
She
gotta, I
just
gotta, I gotta ask, why are human interactions so fucking complicated? Like, why can't we just be like the bonobos? Like, if there's a problem, just fuck.
I think we have sexual dimorphism. I think that's part of it.
I mean, I think
well, yeah.
bonobos don't bonobos have that also, but the way I think the females are, I do, I do think the bonobos are like a matriarchal society. The women are in charge.
I
I don't
mean,
know. I,
it's.
I don't know that much about bonobos. Just
I mean,
factoids
for
here and there.
for us, for us, it's not necessarily just physical. It's mental
Oh
and
yeah.
hormonal. So
But
yeah,
no, it's
yeah. Don't ever take advice from them. And you know how I learned that lesson. Ironically,
oh
right?
god.
It was from an old woman. That's the irony.
That is
of it.
ironic. So the old woman told you don't ever take advice from women,
Yeah,
but then but then you're left with, well, wait a minute, do I take this advice or just
and I
listen?
mean, I challenged her on it, right? And she's like, "Okay, well, go and do this to the, which girls are you talking to? Go do this, go do that." And I'm like, "All right, let's see what happens." And
And you
she
were a
was absolutely
convert.
right. Yep, I was a convert.
Bye, Sammy.
I don't know if I've ever had like really good advice from a woman, older or younger. But if I've distilled down everything the men in my family have taught me, and it basically distills down to women are used car salesmen.
Yes,
You know
absolutely.
what? I believe that.
Are they used car salesmen or more like timeshare salesmen? Because they're trying to
Interesting.
get you hooked on an idea.
Yeah, but like,
Could be both.
well,
I mean, like take for example, right? Like nowadays, right? If you were to use the car analogy, um, um,
They want to be a rideshare.
I didn't.
God damn, Hillary's.
there you go.
Holy shit, Hillary, you're gonna get us freaking canceled, bro.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think of it this way, right?
Hmm.
If when you buy a new car and you drive it off that lot, that value is going to fucking plummet, especially in this market. Maybe due to oversaturation and a few other factors, right? But the interesting thing is that a lot of the used cars are asking for brand new prices, and like top level insurance
Hmm.
and
Jesus
all of
Christ, this
that stuff.
metaphor, this
Yeah.
analogy is going all over the fucking place. God damn.
Yeah, and just like used cars with every previous owner comes more trauma.
Yes. No, literally.
No, I know.
Literally.
I'm laughing because it's true. I'm not laughing because it's like, God
I'm
damn.
telling you, like all the advice is in that quote. You just have to pick it apart. It comes in layers.
Oh man. Um, but every now and then, you'll find that classic, right? That classic one that, if anything, right, it appreciates in value, right? For you, personally, or probably just even in general, right? You'll find those gems every now and then, but most cars are just kind of meh, and they depreciate.
And even if you find a gym that's a bit on the older side, they still look good with a new coat of paint.
True.
I just ride until they fall apart.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
We are, we are not living down the misogynistic label, are we?
Mm-mm.
No, we're not being misogynist.
Oh,
We all love women here.
exactly.
We're just telling the truth.
Dude, have you ever sat in and listened? So one of the cool things about having female friends is that women like to talk. And when they're just kind of talking because they're absolutely comfortable and you're essentially just kind of like a fly on the wall, like you're not even there, you will be surprised about the shit they say about men.
Oh yeah.
You think we're bad? Oh my God.
Yeah, well, no, no, see, I was actually thinking about that, so you read my mind. I was actually thinking, like, I wonder, no, I wonder what 5 women are doing right now, talking about men. What are they saying?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's typically not very good or productive, to put it politely, right? Um, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it there.
Okay, well,
Like there was a point where I was like, you do understand there's a man in the room, right? And they gave no fucks. They're like, oh, you're a little bit different or whatever. And I'm like, sure, I don't
wow,
have a
that's so
penis.
insulting. That's so insulting on so many levels. It's like, okay, look, I'm sorry, I had to read it up. It's like they were talking about black people. You're in there, and they're like, "Excuse me." Oh no, no, it's not you.
Oh yeah, you're not a real black person.
Yeah, you're not a real black person.
Jesus Christ. It's insulting on so many levels, but they just don't see it.
But you know
But they will
what?
feel insulted if it was the other way around. Excuse me? I just have woman present? Yeah, okay, whatever, just go.
I wasn't even offended because I'm in their space, right? And I'm gaining intel. I mean, some of the shit that I heard was kind of disturbing. I it was probably my one one of the times when I experienced misandry was from a lot of my female friends, and they don't know they're being that way, mainly because it's like normal for them, right? Like they're not even conscious of it. Some of them don't even fucking know what misandry is.
Mm-hmm.
Like they really don't know. They think that they have some kind of societal safety net to kind of say and think what they want about men to men, you know, without any kind of like consequences, so to speak, or treat men each and any way. But yeah, man, it's scary.
Yep.
I have an adopted daughter who just turned 18,
Oh boy.
and at a conference, she was talking to me about men, and she, no joke, says, I'd like a guy who could like take a lead, take charge of things, and like take care of me. I don't like all the standard stuff. And I said, so you want a guy to submit to? And she looked at me with this grossest look on her face.
Yeah, right. It's so...
I was like, well, good luck. You want literally opposite things at the same time.
Mhm. Yep.
But see, no, see, the way you put that, they got her disgusted. Like she wanted that, but
Yeah.
she didn't want. Like she wanted to submit, but she didn't want it
Well,
told.
I
Like you know what I mean? It's just.
I
It's
honestly think
funny.
she didn't understand that that's what that was.
Yeah, she didn't. She didn't. And a lot of women don't. Like, because there's a bad connotation associated with that
Blame
word now.
feminists. I 100% blame feminists. And in fact, I think I don't know whether I gave you the link to the article, but there was this one article I read a while ago, which I still like, because they written by a feminist. It says that it says that feminine men, keep us from desiring strong men. Basically, she was complaining that we're feminists, yes, but we still want
Hmm.
strong men to submit to. Like, she put it in more words than that, but I was like, wow, this feminist actually gets what women want. It seems like other women forgot that.
I mean, it's mainly about power for them,
Yeah.
right? It's the mindset. And listen, I'm a man, right? Like, so I understand the allure of power, right? But the difference is
Of
that I
course.
have the fundamental understanding that power is something that you earn, right?
Yep. No
It's not
argument there.
something that's just arbitrarily like given because you feel like you're entitled to it, at least for the most part, right? If you're rich and your family's already famous or whatever, right? But even then, in order to get a certain level of power, like let's say you're from a political family, right? You have to put yourself out there and put in the work and the effort to get people to trust you, who are dumb enough to vote for you and keep your
Yeah.
family rich, right?
It's
But
not real power, but it's still enough to where people actually submit, for lack of a better word.
mm,
You know, people who were born in rich families, people who were born in like political circles. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and I
you're right,
mean,
real power has to be earned, but there are people out there who have pseudo power and still able to, which is actually interesting. If you remember in the in the psychological tests they done, to where you have people like wearing lab coats, and
Milgram.
they were, yes, thank you, they were believed to have authority when they really didn't. Like, just
hmm
merely the illusion of power is enough to get people to do what you want, which I find that fascinating.
yeah, because
Go ahead, sorry.
there's a uniform associated with that position, right? But here's the interesting thing: the two purposes. One is a lie, and one is to create more consumer drones, right?
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, like, I don't know if you guys ever seen those interviews with like the older former Cosmopolitan writers who basically kind of told and said everything that we wrote was bullshit and it was all lies and it was to get women to look at ads and to buy shit
Mm-hmm.
because women are more prone to spend anyways, especially housewives. But at the same time, we have to give them a sense of power, right? Um, the only difference is that,
Wow, that's disturbing. Yet unsurprising.
yeah, I mean, even the woman who owned it back then, like, there are, she's a rich family, right? And she promoted a lot of stuff about women being promiscuous, right? And she pretty much said at one point that if she said to one of her employees at one point that if a woman comes in and cheats with her husband, she's going to kill him and kill the woman. But yet still she's running a magazine that basically promotes that behavior. But it's all about the ads, right? And
Jesus.
it's just another ploy to get companies to make more money, really.
Yep. But I'm still laughing at what that it was served that,
I'm
like, oh, she
curious
didn't really
though.
get that.
Sir, I have a question because I've seen a couple videos that popped up some time ago on my stream about this, about how women entering the workforce essentially like virtually tanked wages and increased the cost of education and stuff like that. Is there any like actual evidence to support it? I don't trust it because I feel like
Yeah,
a lot of those people are idiots.
yeah. Just imagine doubling the workforce without doubling the demand.
Interesting. Would you say that, let's say 1950s, 1960s, I don't know if you know anything as like far back, right? Would you say that the workforce back then, there was like a really high demand? What?
Not really. I think the demand wrenches up over the course of like 3 decades from the 50s, right? Because the war's just over. All those men that came back got their jobs, and then they were kind of getting their life together over the course of like the next 5 years,
Hmm.
right? And that's what leads to the 50s. And
Okay.
most of the women working more and women going to school more doesn't start happening until the 60s. The doors are swung open
In
late
the
40s and
70s and the
50s.
80s?
Yeah, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s is when the effect happens.
Interesting. But how much would you say the the wages dropped? Because so wage drop, the wages dropping versus inflation. How do you parse those two things out?
Well, it would essentially be impossible to parse them out relevant to only one metric, which would be more women working.
Hmm.
You could say, as a general rule in economics, this would explain some portion of this,
Okay.
right? But there's no way to tell like to what percentage it is because there's too many things happening.
Yeah, that's true. Because I mean, the the in the 80s, from at least from what I remember reading, in the United States, you only need what 1/3 of your salary to purchase a home, right? And
Well,
now,
get a mortgage you can afford, yeah.
yeah, and now, I mean, it's basically like what you need 70% of your salary, 60 to 70% nowadays.
Well, it, it's a hard. That's a hard metric to compare to because the average job, even in the 80s, was still like factory work, right? So there was so much factory work that it was basically the average.
But would you say that let's say now, let's say in the before the last housing bubble burst, right? Weren't we making at least um 10 to 15% more around that time versus the 80s on average?
On raw numbers, I don't know if it'd be like 10. It would be more. I'd have to look up to know the percentage. But what I was trying to get at is, you go back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the average job, because there was so much of it, was factory work, and factory work always paid good, essentially. As soon as we got to the world wars, and we
Hmm.
got over that like growing pain of the industrial revolution, they always paid well comparatively to the other jobs, and they became the average because there was so much of it. When we get to
Okay.
where we are now, the average job is closer to a Walmart worker. So when you read a stat about the average wage, how you need so much higher percentage of it to afford a house, they're not taking into the account that the average job was better
Yeah.
than it is now.
So what do you think is the actual is is there any um articles out there or papers that give you the actual um income, average income of the American household if you take out the 1%?
Oh, if you take out the 1%,
Yeah. Because I feel like if you
there.
include those earners, like considering how much percentage the actual, like, I don't know, money they've been hoarding, right? Like if you take those people out, right? Um, what do you honestly think the average American would make? Because let's say, I think it's what, $60,000 now, right? How much do you think it will go down by if you take out the 1%ers
Well,
or even 2%ers?
okay.
It's highly regional. In the Midwest, you could be rich for the same amount that you'd be dirt poor in California or New York City.
It is, but most scholarly work is they do a median, right? So taking off the top percent of people, it's such a small number of people that it barely affects the number. But there are studies that I don't know if they just take everything but the top 1%, but they'll break down the data to economic class. So you can yourself ignore the top 1% if you wanted to.
Okay. This is probably a stupid request. You're probably going to say no. You still teach, right?
Yeah.
Can you give your class an experiment and see what the results they come up with?
Wait. Define experiment in this case.
Well, I call it an experiment because I'm sure there's a way to find that number, but I'm curious as to how vastly different it might be if you exclude the 1%. And maybe actually I'll go from the 2% of earners.
Well,
Because
the average might be fairly different. But
okay.
The median, I was getting at the median.
The median.
Isn't
I think
going to change a whole lot.
so the median isn't going to change a whole lot even if you take out the 1%.
Yeah.
I don't know, sir, man. I find that fucking hard to believe.
Because the median will change a lot.
Yeah.
Well, imagine a spectrum of relatively evenly distributed weight earners, right? That's what you get across the whole spectrum. It's just one big smear where there's, you have roughly the equal number of people in every pay range. And when you literally just take off 1% from one side, it just shifts the median essentially 1% one direction. Because you're taking the essentially what the middle person gets paid, not what the sum is of the average. Not what the average is of the sum.
That's okay. So I just did a quick search, right?
Fuck?
It says here, according to the People's Policy Project, 79% of the United States wealth was owned by billionaires and millionaires in 2019. As of November 2022, billionaires in the United States held a combined value of 14.48 trillion. And how much is the US worth?
I don't know if we have an actual. I guess it depends on what you mean. How much the U.S. is worth.
Yeah.
Like,
let's see what it says here. It's 123 trillion. Sheesh. Okay.
but are you talking about our GDP or something?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were talking about. Okay, there's two different things there. The GDP is talking about the liquid equivalent of what's being produced.
Yes.
Right. That's not the same as how much wealth there is.
It says here, this is based on the assets of at least 269 trillion. Holy fuck nugget.
Yeah, but I would still imagine that's actually a really small portion altogether of what wealth the country is.
It's a lot, dude.
Yeah, but America's real big.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But even so, man, damn, dude, like, there's a small percentage of people literally just have that much money. That's crazy.
No, they don't have that much money. That's how much wealth they have.
Wealth, yeah.
Yeah. significant portion, almost all of that's going to be a non-liquid asset. I can't even say it. Assets.
Assets, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured that much. I'm just saying money just to make it easier to wrap around my brain.
So low of faith is back, and his comments are unhinged as usual. The effects of the wages in the 60s and 50s and 60s led it. Wow, let out fucking right. Led it to the fucking Twin Towers. You know what? I'm not even gonna bother reading.
It's probably best for your brain. I don't know. Serb, I'll look into if you have anything that'll, help me wrap my brain around it. I would appreciate it. You can just DM me on
how much it would,
whatever.
how much the average would be without the top 1%?
Yeah, or 2%.
I'll have to look. You have to be careful about trusting articles when it comes to this stuff because they have a habit of wanting you to hate some group of people.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I did come up with a interesting project that I'm gonna be working on. I'm close to finishing collecting some more info. A lot of which is very sparse. I think I might need to get an architect involved and pay him to kind of put something together, but I'm going to share it with you offline one of these days, and you can let me know what you think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to just let the money sit in a high yield account. I'm going to actually at least, well, when I say use it, I'm going to be using it to get loans, and then I can use that loan to make even more money. It's just how. Let's see here.
Make an LLC. Provide a loan to the LLC. Do all the paperwork so the loan's official. And then have the LLC take out loans. And then if the
Right?
LLC goes bankrupt, you'll be first in line to collect the money because you'll have the first loan.
Because you have, yes.
That happens a lot.
Is that deliberate though?
Yeah, people do it deliberately.
Yeah, I figured that much.
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy. There's so many fucking loopholes for, like, in ways for you to make money in this country. It's not even funny.
Yeah. It's midnight. How? It's 1 a.m. At least for me.
What's your grown-up bedtime?
No, I'm just saying it's 1 a.m.
I was about to be like pussy. No, I'm kidding. Come on, guys. You've like never grown up, hang out with your buddies, and you're daring each other to do something fucking stupid, and then they call you a pussy because you're being smart.
Not for a while. Right, I went through quite a few year spans where I was literally running into buildings on fire.
Right?
Well, yeah, but you were getting paid for that, or I.
Yeah, but
like
when most of your friends at that point are also people who are running into buildings on fire.
Yeah.
The daring people to do stupid things doesn't really have an effect anymore.
Have you ever seen a building, right, in your career where you're like, I'm not sure I want to go in there? And at what point in your career?
Yeah, there are a ton of buildings that we just don't go into.
Oh.
Yeah, if everyone's like outside and it's been on fire a while, we'll just make sure it doesn't catch anything else on fire. Like,
Oh shit! So if
we
anyone's
just
in
look at
there,
the people that's
they're
like,
fucked.
yeah, it's your home, but there's no one in there, and it's going to fall down here pretty soon. So, sorry.
But my cat is in there. Please go save Mittens. Have you ever had to save someone's cat?
Had to know. But we try to save people's pets as long as it isn't like extremely dangerous. We have an order, people, pets, property.
Hmm.
So PPP.
Yeah. The PPs. We call them
Cat
PPs.
lives matter. Yes.
And
Have you ever cut a vehicle into, or at least halfway?
yeah, it's fun.
I mean, who the fuck do you think he is? Iron Man or that guy with the whips from the second?
No,
movie?
we just got big saws and
Flash.
giant clippers.
Fair
Jaws
enough.
of life.
Dude,
Well, that's what we
I've-
called the jaws of death. We called them our giant clippers.
dude, I've seen that once. It was very fucking cool to watch.
Yeah, right.
How does the
He,
compensation work for that though? Like, do you guys have some kind of insurance for that?
If we're cutting a car in half,
Yeah.
well, as long as we're doing it within or like legitimate bounds of duty, which is the only time we do it,
Yeah.
we're not liable for anything.
Oh fuck.
This is why I'm sure you've seen it, at least in television. If we pull up to a place that's on fire and someone's in front of the hydrant, we will fuck up their vehicle. We won't move your vehicle. We might, if you're lucky, we might just break the windows. But if we want to be assholes, we will punch a hole through your car.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit is.
Yeah, and it makes us even more assholes because most of the time we can actually run the hose under your car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, I actually asked myself that question. I was like, why can't they just run the hose under the car?
Yeah, they can most of the time. We just don't.
Yeah,
Because we like breaking things.
We punch fires and break things. Like I'm looking at a video of one right now, a dude using one. This shit is so cool. Just like just fucking chopping this fucking car up.
I'm just happy I basically left that job before everyone got electric vehicles. Because batteries are basically explosives.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You would think the oil you put in your car would be more of an explosive.
Oil more cooks than burns, like motor oil.
Mm-hmm.
And gasoline's only explosive if it's compressed. So most of the time, your cars that are on fire don't explode. That's a movie thing. They just burn really big.
They just burn. Ah, I see.
TV lied to me.
Yeah.
Right?
Man, I think the best way to grasp the job of a firefighter is that there are certain hazardous materials that are explosive when wet. And
when wet.
Yeah, when wet. And the policy and the ways of disposing of those things is to make them wet.
That's funny. That's pretty funny.
What the fuck?
Oh man.
Yeah, you just sit 100 yards away and sit on top of the truck and shoot Arc a hose
Hillary,
at
are
it.
you still here?
Who?
Okay, I just wanted to
Me?
make sure you didn't fall asleep.
I'm very close.
Well, I
How
guess
old are you, Hillary's? If you don't mind me asking.
49.
Oh, okay. Fair
yeah,
enough.
he's 10 years older than me. I'll be 40 this year. Holy shit!
God damn it. So I'm the baby in the room?
How old are you?
34.
Sammy, how old are you?
60.
Okay, Sammy's dead.
Well, I hope the next time Richard streams and Wildheart is around, he'll read my email. I sent him.
Okay.
Was it a fun email?
No.
No.
41. Sorry.
41.
I was
Okay.
away from the keyboard.
And Serve, how old are you again?
I am one Saturn and a few moons on top of that.
English?
37.
Okay, 37. I was like one Saturn and a few moons. I was like, wait, how do I respond to that?
Well, first you go out and look up how long it takes Saturn to approach the same spot in the sky again, right? And then you add
So
a few years on
37.
top of
So
it.
37 years. That's how long it takes.
No, it's like 29.8
Ugh.
or something. 30 years.
Ah, that's interesting. Didn't know that.
Yes. And with that, it has been 4 hours, so I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna take it offline. We can still hang out in the back, obviously off air, but
Yeah, we know you like it in the back.
Giggity.
You set yourself up for that one, Midnight. Sorry.
I am blushing. So
this weekend, I've convinced a woman to watch the English dub of Ghost Stories with me.
Oh my god.
And with that, have a nice day.